think he can succeed. I'm Don Lindberg. I'm Director of National Library of Medicine. It's my pleasure to speak with you just for a couple of moments of greeting, and I intend to sit down and enjoy the meeting along with the rest of you. I do want to say that rather than belaboring the distinguished nature of the scientists and the historians, which I think is well documented in their positions and titles and the information you have and then the presentations they'll make, I do want to point out to you that the concept of the meeting, which I attribute to Elizabeth Fee, is an interesting one. You're sort of seeing history in the making for the second time, because you're seeing an interaction between top scientists and top historians sort of out in the open. Now, I don't know if they ordinarily would conduct this in a bar or a smoke-filled room or, the carols in the library, whispers, But in this case, they're going to have to speak right up and let us all hear what they have to say and how they answer the queries of the historians who look back upon these wonderful times. My own wonderful times at NIH started in 1984 at NLM, so it's after the period we're talking about. We're really talking about effectively the end of World War II through 1980. An incredible time in the science for America and for the world, and you know that. You'll hear more about it. Following me, Dr. Alexa McRae, who's head of our Lister Hill Center for Biomedical Research, will demonstrate to you another new thing. I guess there's nothing new under the sun, historians tell us, but there's a new way of doing history of medicine, and NLM and Alexa and the History of Medicine Division, with tremendous assistance, I might add, from Josh Lederberg and others, have committed us and worked through feasibility studies to production models such that we can collect the real documents and substance and lab notebooks and so forth of science in a way that's totally machinable and indexed in a shrewd fashion and in a way that can be shared worldwide. So broadly, the effort is to, firstly, to collect those things at National Library of Medicine that are tremendously important in American medicine, and then secondly, to do this in a fashion such that it can be shared with scholars, let's say, around the country and around the world, starting, of course, with the historians. So I suppose in this case, the historians get to be the lab animals. You have to try these systems and tell us how well they're constructed, and can you actually reason with them, and can you see the reasoning of the scientific figures you're studying. So with that, those ideas, again, welcome to NLM. Hope you have a wonderful time. So I still feel it's a great institution. We're subject to the ultimate improvement, so we'll be happy to have your suggestions in any respect to the operation. Hope you have a great time today. Alexa, it's all yours.
Good morning. As Dr. Lindberg said, we have a project that has been going on now for several years, which we call Profiles in Science. And what we've done there is we have turned into electronic form, that is, we have digitized the papers of eminent biomedical scientists of the 20th century and now, of course, also of the 21st century. And we have just recently added the papers of Barbara McClintock to the site. In fact, today is the official release date of the Barbara McClintock site. And in your packet, you should have a press release that describes this particular site. Let me show you, however, some of the other scientists. Barbara McClintock is the 7th scientist to have been added to the site. Marshall Nuremberg, Christian Anfinsen, Julius Axelrod, Martin Rodbell, Joshua Lederberg, and Oswald Avery, with whom we launched the site in September of 1998. If we take a look at the Barbara McClintock site, you'll see here that there is a description of the papers, and in fact, in this case, unusually, we actually don't own the papers in our History of Medicine division. The papers are owned by the American Philosophical Society, so this has been an outstanding collaborative effort between us and the American Philosophical Society. And you'll see here that we have an exhibit, we have an alphabetical and chronological listing, and also a link to a finding aid. So those of you who are historians, you know that finding aids are actually your keys into the collection, in this case, the physical collection. So that if we click on the finding aid here, we go directly to the American Philosophical Society's finding aid for the full set of the McClintock papers. What we have on our site right now is about 266 documents, which is about 3,300 pages in electronic form that you can look at, you can navigate with, and so on. So if you then go to the exhibit, which is what we recommend that people do first, is go to the exhibit for each of the scientists, you'll see on the left-hand side here that we have biographical information, and then we have information about the various periods in Barbara McClintock's scientific career. You can see she spent some time at Cornell. She was in Germany in the early 30s. Then she moved on to the University of Missouri. And finally, she did most of her work at Cold Spring Harbor in New York. If we take a look now at biographical information, you can see a little bit of a description. You can see that there are documents, that there are visuals. So let's take a look and see what kinds of pictures we have for Barbara McClintock. Here we have a portrait of the 4 McClintock siblings in about 1907, which would make Barbara, who is right here, the second from the right, 5 years old. She was born in 1902. And you can see here that we have, this is Barbara right here, and her siblings, but we also have a high-resolution version of this picture. So if your computer is up to it, you can increase the resolution, and I'm going to be looking for Barbara here. And let's move this here a little bit. And there we have the lovely Barbara, who in fact, at the time, well, I guess we're cutting off the bow on the top of her hair. We got to show the bow. At the time, she was actually born as Eleanor McClintock, and her parents, apparently her mother, or so it goes, decided that Eleanor was not exactly the right name for this young woman, and so they started calling her Barbara, the strangest nickname I've ever heard. But there she is. She legally changed her name to Barbara in 1943, so for all those years she was still, her name was still legally Eleanor, but she went by Barbara. So if we then go back and look at one of the other areas in her life, if we go to Cornell, here Education and Research at Cornell from 1925 to 1931, this is where she did her doctoral work, we'll see that in all of these cases, we have tried to set the context a little bit by the text that is written here. And this text was created for us by historians of science, putting the documents and the pictures for that section into context so that you can understand better what you're looking at. If we look at the documents in this case, we'll see that there is a co-authored paper here with George Beadle. And we'll click on that. And that is in the PDF format, which is a format which is readily available. The Acrobat Reader is readily available. I'm sure you've all seen that and used that on the web. So that this then comes up, and then you can take advantage of all of the capabilities of the reader. This is a science article. Then perhaps we'd like to look around a little bit more, and let's take a look at this time period in her life, from Ithaca to Berlin and back again. And then here we'll look again at the documents, and we see that there is a letter from Barbara McClintock to Charles Burnham. And in this case, this is a handwritten document. And if you were having trouble reading that, then you could take advantage of the Acrobat Reader's capability, which allows you to make this a much larger picture here, so that you can continue to increase the font size and are able to read this text to the extent that you can read her handwriting. It says, "I'm enclosing the manuscript for this paper." It took me a few minutes to get the hang of her handwriting. Then if we look at some of the work that she was doing in Cold Spring Harbor here on the controlling elements, again, we'll go to the documents. I'm expecting you to all do speed reading. I'm sure you have the context now for this time, right? Because I had it up there. Let's look down a little bit. We see some articles. We also see several letters. And amazingly enough, we see a letter from Joshua Lederberg to Barbara McClintock here. And there it is. This is when Dr. Lederberg was at the University of Wisconsin and is writing a letter to Barbara McClintock, who at the time was already at Cold Spring Harbor. And so this is his letter. Now, you might have noticed that we also have a Joshua Lederberg collection. So if you look here, this is a little bit of a description. This is called metadata. That is data about data. So basically what this is, it's a description of the items that we have, every item that we have in the collection. And you'll see here, this is the metadata for this particular letter. It's in the Barbara McClintock papers. But then you see here there's something called a relation field. And this says, aha, well, there's another article or another document that is related to this, and in this case it's actually the same document, although in the Lederberg collection, if we click here, we go directly over to the Joshua Lederberg papers. In the Lederberg collection, of course, it's the carbon copy. In the McClintock collection, it's the typed letter. So this is a nice way of interrelating some of the work that was going on during this time period. Well, let's go down then to the bottom section here of the McClintock collection, and this is the Nobel Prize. As you know, it was 1983 in which Barbara McClintock received the Nobel Prize. And again, let's look at documents, and we'll look at the Nobel Prize banquet, and there are some notes here. And very interestingly enough, again, I'll use my capability to enlarge this here. This is on hotel stationery, the Grand Hotel in Stockholm. So this is a very nice document, and you can see there's a lot of crossing out and so on. But we can still read it, even though she has X'd out some of the messages. Okay, well, let's then go and take a look at some of the other collections. We have, as I mentioned, Marshall Nuremberg, Christian Anfinsen, and of course Julius Axelrod, who is one of our speakers today as well. Let's take a look at the Julius Axelrod collection. Again, there's a bit of a description of the collection. We hold the papers in this case. We might want to see, well, what's here in this alphabetical listing? And we look and see, well, there's some articles, there's some draft documents, graphs, and laboratory notes. Remember, Dr. Lindberg mentioned laboratory notes, which is really quite wonderful to have the original laboratory notebooks available to us in many of these collections. So if we look at the laboratory notes, then we can see that here there's something about the caffeine analysis of various commercial brands of soluble coffee. And you can see here are some of his notes. And now you're probably all wondering, well, what kind of coffee did you have this morning? So if we then say, well, oh, that's interesting. I wasn't aware that there was work on caffeine done by Julius Axelrod. Maybe I want to see if there's anything else on caffeine. Then I can do a search. So I just simply put into the search box caffeine and search for that and see, well, is there anything else? And in fact, there is. There is an article, The Fate of Caffeine in Man and a Method for Its Estimation of Biological Material, a 1953 article, and then what we had already seen here before from the laboratory notebooks. So a nice way to navigate through the site in addition to simply browsing. So let's go back then to the site and look at another scientist, Joshua Lederberg, who is also one of today's speakers. And here, again, the same setup at the beginning. And if we go and look into the exhibit, we'll see, you've probably noticed that these categories, of course, change, the ones that are on the left-hand side, according to the particular scientist who is being profiled. And why don't we take a look at the Nobel Prize here. And you see Dr. Lederberg in full regalia there for the award. But you also see that there's a link to the Electronic Nobel Museum in Sweden. And if we click there, we should go directly to, there were some network problems this morning, so perhaps this won't come up, but we should go directly to the Nobel site. But it looks like it isn't going to let us do that. And then let me then end with some interviews with Dr. Lederberg, just to give you a sense for the other kind of media that we have on this site. We have several interviews here, and let's take a look at this one. Dr. Lederberg talking about his discovery of genetic recombination in bacteria. And we'll listen to this. This is a little more than about a minute and a half.
Well, my first important discovery came about through a rather unusual process. More than almost everything else that I've done, it was theory-driven rather than being data-driven. It was theory-driven in the sense that a postulate had arisen out of the course of examination of the contemporary scene, namely Avery et al. Had shown transfer of heritable characteristics in a bacterium. One was deeply motivated to want to know more about whether there were things like genes in bacteria. The approach that speculatively arose and how to respond to it is, could one find out if there's a possibility of genetic recombination, of crossing between bacterial cells? My work with Neurospora had given me the theoretical basis. One was able to put together a thought experiment that said if bacteria can be crossed, and if you start out with two different nutritional mutants, and if they exchange with one another, they will form prototrophic genotypes, you will be able to select for them and define their occurrence, even if they happen very, very rarely by a rather simple procedure, plating the mixtures on minimal agar. So here was a case where the experimental design was worked out. It was a theoretical postulate. Does genetic recombination occur? Does it not occur? And that was all worked out in advance of ever doing the experiment. Well, somewhat to my surprise, it worked very, very promptly. I was rather fearful when the first positive results came in. I was worried deeply that this was going to be an artifact, that my hopes would be dashed. I didn't want to get too excited about it. I was scared. I knew it was a very important finding, but I didn't want to be out on a limb until I could be absolutely certain, and I didn't even want to commit myself emotionally to the consequence until then. So it was a matter of going back to the grindstone and repeating the experiment many times, doing it different ways, and being sure that it was a totally reliable and reproducible result. Put in every control that I could think of to be sure it had controlled for possible artifacts. Happily, with bacteria, one can do these experiments. You can run 2 and 1 or 2 cycles a day on this kind of experimentation. So within a few weeks, it was possible to get a total validation of that. All of that happened almost precisely 50 years ago. I arrived in New Haven in March 1946, and by early June had it completely taped down that crossing was taking place.
So that was a very quick tour through Profiles in Science, but I hope you've seen that this is a site that is useful, we hope, not only to historians of science, but also to students of science, that is, those people or potential students of science. So one of our goals here is try to get across the excitement of doing science, and that there is a real life in science. And I think just even this clip here from Dr. Lederberg gives you a real insight into what it means to be a scientist, and that there's a lot of hard work, that you don't want to jump to conclusions, but that the rewards are enormous. And so we hope that the site actually meets our goals in that regard. So let me then just switch. We can have the video off. Let me just switch then to setting the context for the rest of the day. It's a very nice program that we have today. From 10 to 11:30, the first section of our program today, we will be having a panel on NIH and the establishment of federal biomedical research. And the moderator for that session will be Dr. Paul Thierman. And Dr. Thierman is the head of the non-book collections here in our History of Medicine division, where he oversees programs curating archives, manuscripts, prints, photographs, films, and digital projects, including also working very closely with us on, of course, Profiles in Science. From 1981 to 93, he served as an editor of the Joseph Henry Papers at the Smithsonian Institution, and he's also co-editor of Action and Reaction, a series of essays on Sir Isaac Newton and his legacy and experiencing nature. Then Dr. Thierman will introduce the other speakers in the session, who will be Dr. Donald Fredrickson, the former director NIH, Dr. David Hart of Harvard University, and Dr. Stuart Leslie of Johns Hopkins. The next session then after lunch will be psychopharmacology and behavior, and this session will be moderated by Dr. David Serlin. And he is currently a research consultant at the History of Medicine Division, a former employee, and is currently, however, assistant professor of history at Albright College in Reading, Pennsylvania. He's the author of the forthcoming Replaceable You: Engineering the American Body After World War II, for which he was the inaugural recipient of the Jack D. Pressman Burroughs Wellcome Career Development Award. And Dr. Serlin will introduce the afternoon's speakers, Dr. Julius Axelrod from National Institute of Mental Health, Dr. David Healy from the University of South Wales, and Dr. Ellen Herman from the University of Oregon. Then the last session of the day, from 3:30 until 5, is on genetics, its promise, and its prospect. And the moderator for that session will be Dr. Elizabeth Fee, who is the chief of the History of Medicine Division here at the National Library of Medicine, and also professor of history and health policy at the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health. She's the author or editor of numerous books and articles on the history of medicine and public health, the contemporary history of AIDS and women's health. She serves as contributing editor for history at the American Journal of Public Health. And she will be introducing the speakers in the last panel, Dr. Joshua Lederberg from Rockefeller University, Dr. Nathaniel Comfort from George Washington University, Dr. Susan Lindy, University of Pennsylvania, and Dr. Jan Sapp from the Université de Québec à Montréal. So I think you're going to have a wonderful day, and I welcome you to the National Library of Medicine and this exciting program. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Paul Thierman from the History of Medicine Division, and I'm very happy to be here with you this morning. And I appreciate Dr. McCrae's guided tour through Profiles in Science. I should also say it's the honor of the History of Medicine Division in the National Library of Medicine that we have the personal papers of the three principal speakers in our collections, as well as those of Dr. Nierenberg and the other many of the other participants in Profiles in Science, and there is a small exhibit of those papers up in the History of Medicine Division reading room, and I invite you to see that sometime today or perhaps this evening at the reception, which is going to be over in the main building of the library. This morning we have three very distinguished guests to talk about the biomedical research establishment, and Dr. McCrae's already given a little bit of information about them, and I'm going to give a little bit more. What I'd like to do first is lay out the format for the morning and for each of the panels that we have today. We're following a slightly different format than usual. In this case, our principal speaker, Dr. Fredrickson, has only about 15 minutes to talk this morning, and then Drs. Hart and Leslie will have 5 to 10 minutes each for about the first half hour of the panel. For the second half hour, we're looking for an engaged dialogue among the three people sitting in front of you, and for the final half hour, we expect to involve the audience as well. And because this symposium is being webcast, people who are outside the library have the opportunity of emailing in questions as well, and we'll be fielding those as they come in. As I said before, the topic of the first panel is funding and establishment, and we're very pleased to have Donald Fredrickson with us as our first speaker. Donald Fredrickson was director of the National Institutes of Health from 1975 to 1981, and from 1953 until 1968 he served as a clinical scientist and later director at the National Heart Institute here at the National Institutes of Health, where he studied plasma lipoproteins and their genetic variations in human beings. From 1969 to 74, he was director of intramural research at the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, and from 1983 until 1987, that is after his term as director of NIH, he served as president and CEO of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Dr. Fredrickson currently serves as research scholar here at the National Library of Medicine. Our second speaker this morning is David Hart. He's associate professor of public policy at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard and the author of Forged Consensus, Science, Technology, and Economic Policy in the United States, 1921 to 1953. Dr. Hart is currently at work on a book about the role of the high technology industry in American politics in recent times. Our third speaker this morning is Bill Leslie, who is professor of the history of technology at the Johns Hopkins University, where he has been for the last 20 years. He is the author of The Cold War in American Science, the Military-Industrial Academic Complex at MIT and Stanford, and is currently studying the design of post-war government laboratories, including the Naval Research Lab, the NRL, and the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Leslie is also currently secretary of the Society for the History of Technology. And so I call Dr. Fredrickson to the podium.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. The term biomedical research is a little over 50 years old. It was forged very shortly after the dramatic emergence of NIH as the nation's major funder of medical research. I'd like to remind you of this seminal period that occurred. Now, in the 20s, Senator Joseph Randall of Louisiana had a burning ambition to create a great American center of research, a sort of Bauhaus, in which all of the world's diseases would be represented by experts, surrounded by a group of apprentices. Alas, when the legislation was finally passed in 1930, the old hygienic laboratory of the Marine Service became the National Institute of Health. But the dowry was extremely small. One small building in downtown Washington, and a permission of the director to search for funds among private sources if he could get them. On this slide, we have the first decade of this institution. You note that Franklin Roosevelt came in 1933, and he brought with him the Commissioner of Public Health in the state of New York. This man, Thomas Parron, was an unusual person, and perhaps I regard as one of the greatest of all the Surgeon Generals. Although I don't think that too many people recognize this picture. It doesn't hang at NIH. Parron actually was the first man to use the word syphilis publicly, and for this NBC took him off the air and replaced him with a piano. But Parron had one burning desire. As he went through New York, he realized that the infectious diseases being worked on so heavily would eventually give way to the chronic diseases about which no one was paying any attention. This was a very advanced idea of the time, most scientists not regarding chronic disease as any good subject for budding young scientists. Well, congressional pressure by 1937 brought about a cancer institute, NCI, and Perrin and one of his cohort wrote the bill, and it was very quickly passed. All the senators signed on the back as an endorsement. The Cancer Institute then also came out to NIH, which at this time, let me show you the Public Health Service staff of the Surgeon General at this time. Does anybody recognize anybody here? No. Okay, there's Perrin, and he is next to his companion, a visionary Democrat, New Dealist like Perrin, and they two, this is Jimmy Thompson, and Jimmy made good friends with the Luke Wilson people who owned this land, and eventually after looking for a new animal farm, he came away with the whole 95 acres on which NIH was sitting in 1937. Just two other people that I want you to know here. Here is a third founder of NIH. That's Rolla Dyer, also known as Gene. And he was the director of NIH after Thompson. And as you will see, he was in the middle of the founding period. This, incidentally, this in the light of what's happening these days, this man is Johnny Mountain. Mountain was a great epidemiologist, a field man, and one day he went to Dyer and said that his young men would not be having a place in what he saw as the new NIH, and could he take a few from NIH and build a separate unit? And Dyer said, fine, you can do that, but don't call it an institute. So he's the father of the CDC. Well, by this time, 1941, the NIH was being very well founded for research. It was getting it from another government agency, which is called the Office of Scientific Research and Development, which had a Committee on Medical Research as a wing. And this was founded by Vannevar Bush from the Carnegie Foundation, who convinced the president that this was going to be the only way to have enough scientists harnessed for wartime research, the war now going on. The CMR, a separate branch of OSRD, but very much controlled by Bush, in its time dispensed some $24 million in about 600 contracts to 113 universities. By 1944, however, Bush had decided it was time to close the program. Victory was visible in Europe, and he also realized that he was being bandied about in the Senate because OSRD, despite all of its expenditures, including the Manhattan Project, had never been authorized by Congress. So as he was preparing to close shop, Bush received a letter from President Roosevelt asking whether it wouldn't be possible to continue a program of funding academic researchers in broad fields of endeavor, including, the letter said, research in medicine. Well, Bush quickly then put together two elite committees to answer the questions. The first committee was chaired by Isaiah Bowen, who was the president of Hopkins and vice president of the National Academy of Sciences at the time. And it was a distinguished committee which I will not attempt to list for you. Most of them were captains of industry or leaders of institutions. The people there had initially rejected the idea when they heard it, because they felt that the government introduction into medicine would surely lead to corruption. But finally they became convinced, and they opted for the support, provided that the program was under the control of scientists. Funds would be distributed to the institutions, the universities, as block grants, such as the university would then allot to its faculty members, and it was expected that once a university got a block grant, its award would continue indefinitely. Now, because of the great interest of the letter writer in medical research, Bush also put together a distinguished medical advisory committee. Homer Smith was the leading figure of this group. They came to the conclusion that government support would be great, but for medical science it would be desirable to have a separate institution. Well, Bush brusquely turned down this idea and sent his report to the president in 1945, the so-called, his celebrated Science, the Endless Frontier. His report described the new National Research Foundation, which would cover all basic research. Bush was very strongly determined that no existing government agency conducting science at the time could possibly be good enough to manage research in the universities, and his plan and that idea was universally or almost universally supported by the scientists. Witnessed, for example, in a hearing, the opinion of here is the foundation, and you'll note that Bush is severally included medical science in its rate. It was about 5% of the expected budget. I think that I have here one of the opinions at the time. This is the head of Cold Spring Harbor's Molecular Biology Laboratory, Lederberg, and he said in testimony before the Congress, it has been found in practice that placing fundamental research under the control of agencies that anticipate practical applications seriously limits and restrains the freedom of thought essential to basic science. So you know where he stood. Now, in 1944, Perrin, always very active in legislative means, sat down with Congressman Alfred Bullwinkle of North Carolina, who was rewriting the public health law. Bullwinkle decided to give the unfunded authorities that had been given to the Cancer Institute to whatever new institution the National Institutes of Health would have. And he wrote then this famous passage of Section 301 in this public law, and it gave to the Surgeon General unlimited opportunity to fund extramural research. He also put in a little clause that allowed the NIH to study people who were not necessarily wards of the service. Now, in 1945, Bush's plan for closure of the OSRD proceeded to the Committee on Medical Research, a member of which was Eugene Dyer. No one save Dyer, however, had the opportunity to take up any of the contracts which were being expired. So Dyer, one by one, lifting his hand, took up the whole bundle and went back to the NIH with the documents. Dyer forthwith recruited a venereal disease officer, Eugene Van Slyke, who was given the responsibility to take over the program for dispensing these documents. Now, Cassius Van Slyke, not Eugene, decided at once, knowing the criticism that NIH had, established a program where they would give out all the money in single research project grants, which will be vetted by peer review in study sections, just as the OMR had done before. And he declared very broadly that scientific freedoms would be absolute. There were over 1,000 applications in the first year for these grants. The next year, Congress allotted $60 million on Dyer's testimony to build a clinical center. It was more money than was spent for medical research at the time anywhere in the country. In the meantime, the NSF authorization bill was put in by Magnuson, and it was foundering. Truman vetoed it because it did not provide a strong director who would be responsible to him. A revised bill finally passed in 1950. By that time, the NIH program was flourishing year by year, growing in the areas particularly of research grants, and the authorization for the new NSF was $5 million. The NIH by that time had an appropriation of $50 million. So there was a great imbalance of what was going on. The administrators of the NSF had due cause to complain. They were unable to recapture much of the fundamental biology that was rightly theirs and part of their biggest division. Another unhappy observer of growth and breadth of the NIH budget was the Bureau of the Budget, who planned to keep down this incessant rise in the NIH budget by eager congressmen who were both creating new institutes and demanding further programs. So what happened is very interesting, as it's told by Toby Appel in a nice book, Shaping Biology, the National Science Foundation, and the American Biological Research. The BOB was so distressed that it asked the NSF to review NIH and do something about this imbalance. Well, Alan Waterman, the NSF director at the time, demurred at this tactic and deferred it to the first secretary of HEW, Mrs. Evita Culp-Hobby. So she asked the NSF to make such a study, and NSF assembled under the chairmanship of the Yale physiologist C.N.H. Long. The committee finished its work in 6 months and strongly recommended that the unrestricted institutional grants preferred by Bush's original committees be actually made the major vehicle for funding. The report's coup de grace was the advocacy of separation of the NIH intramural program from the extramural, and the intramural operation was to be housed in a new HEW agency with the suggested title of Office of Medical Research and Training. I remember Mrs. Hobby dedicating the clinical center when I came here to open it up with 8 people chosen by Jim Shannon to open the Heart Institute wards. Now, the Long report was submitted to HEW and the Congress in 1955. The response to this was a classic turn in NIH history, almost known as the Bain-Jones report. Mr. Hill, who was not only the namesake of this building, insisted that a new report be made, and the then new HEW secretary, Marion Folsom, decided to appoint another committee under another dean of Yale, Bain-Jones. And the Bain-Jones committee looked at NIH and medical research for 3 years. Their report was a complete reversal of the Long, and Mr. Hill, most powerful person in research funding at that time, gathered up some constituents, and he held long hearings on the Bain-Jones bill, and they completely reversed it. And you know who this lady is, of course. She was very often in Mr. Hill's office, and it is, somebody said, that has been some evidence that maybe it was Mary Lasker who wrote the original letter for the president to Bush. In any event, there was a tremendous revision in the Congress, and they were shepherded by Jim Shannon, if you can see him here. Jim is the man out of step. He was always out of step with anybody he was walking with, including the president. But Jim was very wise in taking all this interest in the part of the Congress, and he also was clever enough to then raise indirect costs and give grants to the universities as well to keep down the temper. Well, you know what happened to NIH. Here's just the annual current budget rising over this period and going on into 1990. There were some bad places in this budget when some presidents did not want to see the NIH get any increase, and the number of grants that were funded began to fall off. And this is the time when I had a new president, a new secretary, when I was now the director, and Joseph A. Califano, with whom I rode recombinant DNA and the RAC, and avoided congressional statutory control of the research. He had an idea that he would also have a national plan of 5 years long for funding research. He then offered me the plan to create. I met with every agency in an attempt to get everybody's desires put down. NIH, we decided, had only one desire, and that was that it would say in its first principle was that the government must fund fundamental research, and that nobody else could possibly do it. We vetted this idea. Josh, you will remember you were on the end of a phone call that said that it was ridiculous, that we were going to say we must have at least 5,000 new and repeating grants. But we went to the appropriation people, including Natcher, who was then the chairman, and he agreed to it. And the success of this program was measured by the fact that by the time Mr. Weicker had come to the Senate side of the appropriation, it was not 5,000 grants, but 6.5. At that time, report language was written for 5 or 6 years that said fundamental research must be first funded by the federal government, and the principle of 5 rose as the time went on. Well, as you know, the NIH budget today is going to be $23 billion, provided the hostilities which we're now engaged will not prevent that from happening. All I want to say is that over half a century I came to the NIH seeking an opportunity for a career in biomedical research. My interview was in Building 3, and beside it the clinical center loomed like the skeleton of a great unfinished ship. James Shannon, then the scientific director of the Heart Institute, had now become the director of the clinical center. And I had no idea that Destiny, if she were sitting in that room, would have imagined that I would follow him into his next 2 chairs. As I look back at it all, I remember a letter sent to Vannevar Bush in 1945 opposing the inclusion of medical research in his new plan. Frank Jewett, the head of Bell Labs and president of the Academy, wrote, "If medical science is going to struggle with each one of these diseases as it takes the center of the stage, as I assume it will, its problems will exist forever. As fast as one specific thing is conquered, another will crop up." And he opposed medical research to be funded. All right. I had thought I might just show you one piece of joy that I got as time went on. In 1960, I discovered a disease which I call Tangier disease, because of great bright orange tonsils, and the children came from Tangier Island in the Chesapeake Bay. It had these stigmata, orange tonsils, and some scattering of, a great scattering of cholesterol in all the body's reticular endothelial cells. And there was some premature vascular disease. For 30 years, then went on after we were initially discovered that the HDL was very low in these children and somewhat low in the mothers. So it was purely genetic, but we took 30 years until, until 2 years ago, long after the reductionist research had become the key thing in biomedical research. And it was discovered that an ABC transporter was a mutant in this disease, and it has now been deduced very quickly that this enzyme, this transporter, is the way that cholesterol gets out of extra deposits in the macrophages and in the vascular wall, and is taken over, made into HDL, which goes to the liver for degradation. So this is going to be where all the pharmaceutical houses will be concentrating on the new statins, the new means for reducing the risk of another chronic disease. And that, I must say, is the joy of working, staying with it for 30 years. Eventually the answer would come. I didn't find it, but I'm delighted it came in my laboratory and to some of my cohort of workers abroad. Thank you.
Let me first say thank you to Paul for inviting me and to commend him for his innovative format, which we will try out as an experiment here on being the first subject to take off from Dr. Fredrickson's talk. I'm going to pick up on one theme that he alluded to in my 5 minutes. I figured 5 minutes is enough to say two things. We'll see if that's true. Which is the relationship between NIH and Congress. And then the second thing I want to talk about is NIH in the context of health policy in general in the U.S. and the American welfare state, such as it is. So we're sitting here in the Lister Hill Center, and I was looking for sort of an indicator about NIH's relationship with Congress. So sorry, just a little bit run. On the website, I found a map of NIH, and these are the buildings that are named on the map. Obviously, not all the buildings on NIH, but all the ones that are big enough to be named in a parking map. Sometimes it's talked about in political science that agencies have an iron triangle relationship. This is an old concept in political science in which the vertexes of the triangle are the agency, the appropriating subcommittee in the House, and a set of interest groups in society. So here we actually have a nice representation. On the top you see Jim Shannon, the famous, not the founding director, but certainly the one who laid the foundation for the expansion of NIH at the top, and Mary Lasker at the bottom. And in between, everybody else is a member of Congress. So you see Warren Magnuson, the senator from Washington, Mark Hatfield, the senator from Oregon. I won't go through them all. But it should be pointed out we have Republicans and Democrats here. We have members of the House, members of the Senate. We have people from all the regions of the United States, north, south, east, and west. So it seems to me that in thinking about the history of NIH, it's certainly incomplete if one doesn't focus on Congress, and I think probably you need to focus more on Congress than on the relationship with the President and the White House, and this would also include the Vannevar-Bush era, as Dr. Fredrickson's remarks alluded to. There has been a historical competition between the Congress and the White House to outspend one another, and Congress always wins since it has its control of the purse. Dr. Fredrickson showed the Institute's budget. I have just another indicator. This helps put it in the context of some other fields. Now, this is only since 1970. There's a little bit of trouble with data before this point, and I should say that I owe this chart to Mike McGeary, who prepared it for the National Academy. So this shows by fields, and this is basic and applied research combined. Since 1970, the bottom didn't come out, but at 1970 to 2000, and you can see that the life sciences, which is the blue line on the top, has shown steady growth. This would also be true before 1970, but also before 1970, you would see steady growth in all the other fields. And a lot of it has to do with this iron triangle relationship, or however you want to think about it, with Congress. And the kinds of questions I thought we might raise in the discussion would include what was the relationship between NIH and the geographical distribution of funds? I know that it's a stated mission is to expend funds on the basis of merit, but it is true that there have been great medical centers built in places where they weren't before. Certainly they weren't there in 1945. So how does the geographical distribution of funds relate to the congressional support? How much direct involvement did this sort of political machine, if you want to think about it like that, involve the NIH, or could the administrator essentially sit back and let the interest groups in Congress do their work together? And if that was the case, weren't there some costs to the machine running by itself, such as proliferation of institutes, carve-outs for particular kinds of interests, earmarking of funds, and so on? So a little bit of the dark side, perhaps, of this success story. So that's one set of questions I wanted to raise. The other set of questions have to do with the welfare state, as I mentioned. There's a tendency among science policy analysts, and that's where I would classify myself, to think about NIH in the context of the federal research program, to compare it to the NSF, to compare it to the DoD, as I did in that slide. But in fact, it's probably more appropriate in terms of the political context to think about it in the frame of health policy, since the Congress sees this as an arm of our national health policy. And as some of you may know, the United States stands out in comparative perspective. On the one hand, for having such a life sciences-dominated research budget, which the NIH is the foremost agency of. It also stands out for having no national health insurance program. And some scholars have postulated a link between the two. This is from Stephen Strickland's book on the NIH, which I think is the only political science analysis of NIH at book length, which was written in 1972, so certainly worthy of an update. He says, along with public health programs and facilities construction programs, research remained one of the few areas in which a congressman could cast a vote for health. That's a key phrase, a vote for health. Other avenues, health insurance, hospital care for the aged and indigent, federal aid to medical education, were blocked by a clearly self-serving lobby, and here the references to the American Medical Association, not to the universities. Clearly self-serving lobby, which was by many leagues more powerful and which more brazenly fed popular fears than anything medical research could do. So there was always, AMA always raised the fear that national health insurance was going to be creeping socialism. So the idea here is that the NIH, funding the kind of massive expansion of the NIH could be seen as a sort of a second best solution for members of Congress, especially liberal Democrats, who would much rather have an expansive health insurance program for the country. But failing that, we didn't have enough support in Congress for that, so let's fund medical research. We can cast a vote for health that way. And there are certainly members of Congress who wouldn't necessarily be in favor of a massive national health insurance program, but who are more than happy to fund medical research, and a lot of the buildings are named after people like that. And I would say this is also true of Cold War military spending, which I've looked at a little bit more closely. So sort of a centrist bipartisan coalition in which NIH isn't necessarily the first option, but it's the second best and achievable. Strickland's book was written just in the time of the Great Society programs, and I was interested in but he's referring mainly here to the Truman period. So he's thinking about the original big national health insurance push, which was made in the late 1940s. We've seen recurrent efforts to try to expand the health insurance program, beginning with Medicare and Medicaid in the 60s under Johnson, and then more recently the Clinton National Health Insurance Plan. So I thought we might ask a question about what the relationship is between these efforts to expand the welfare state to encompass health insurance and the growth of medical research, the frustrated efforts to expand the welfare state, and the great success of the NIH in building its federal biomedical research establishment. So let me leave it to Bill.
Boy, that was 5 minutes on the clock.
Was it?
Yeah. So I'll have to move quicker. We were promised 5 to 10, but I'll do my best. As you can guess from my brief bio, I have no real credentials as a historian of medicine. I did once write a biography of Charles Kettering, and you in this audience know him better for, of course, the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Probably know him better for that than the self-starter in your cars that got you here this morning, although he did, in fact, invent leaded gasoline and Freon, so he gave medical researchers something to do over the next few years. So what I know about the politics of medical research largely comes from being at Johns Hopkins, which of course ranks usually number one in total research funding from federal sources. Half of that roughly is for military research at the Applied Physics Lab, and the rest of it goes for the medical school. And the person who taught me most about the politics of medical funding was our former president, Steve Muller, who was a child actor and political scientist. But he liked to say nobody ever died of English whenever we talked to him about why the medical school got all the money and we got so little. Our students only thought they died of boredom in our classes. But what impressed me about Dr. Fredrickson's paper and the remarks this morning which come from it is both his seriousness as a historian, and he actually went back to a lot of the original sources and took a look at them, and his knack for asking the right questions, which is always the toughest part of history. Answering them is relatively simple once you've got the right ones. And what intrigues me is the differences between the story he describes, that is federal support for medical research, particularly NIH, and the federal support for things that I'm more familiar with, and that would be federal R&D for military projects and for corporate R&D spending. And clearly in the immediate post-war years, natural scientists, engineers, and biomedical researchers shared that conviction that Vannevar Bush put together so nicely, that science was basically like a conveyor belt, and you put basic research in on one end and you got application out on the other. And as I'll say, that's been discredited in other fields, but it may be something that's still alive as a working theory in medicine, maybe not. Bush, you'll recall, thought that military research was far too important to leave to the generals or to federal laboratories like the Naval Research Laboratory, and apparently came to the same conclusion about biomedical research, that suspicious of the Public Health Service, for instance, and federal laboratories. And I was struck reading, I'll read you a brief quote from Ernest Goodpaster, who was on several of those committees that you mentioned, but it's interesting. It comes courtesy of my colleague Harry Marks, but he said, this is from 46, and it gives you a good sense of what the biomedical establishment is thinking, or at least this part of it. He says, the scientist's limits are the boundaries of the universe. And they weren't thinking small, they were thinking big. And his function cannot, without destroying him, be limited to the services of any particular social order. Let each social order, therefore, give the scientist a free hand and provide him with the environment and tools he needs. Make him, this is the interesting part, make him accessible to students, for he is essentially a teacher. Make the university his home. And otherwise, for humanity's sake, leave him alone. Well, this is exactly, of course, what the natural scientists were saying. Give us the money, but no strings attached. Keep the contracts coming into universities, not into federal labs. And so what requires explaining, I think, is how NIH could build up such a powerful internal research program at the same time that it was able to build up that extramural program, which is something that the military agencies were not really able to do. And it's certainly something that other kinds of federal laboratories were not able to do. It was in his paper, Dr. Fredrickson called NIH an unequivocal demonstration of the linkage of basic and applied research. And that may well be true, but I'm trying to think of any other federal laboratory, say in physics, Brookhaven or Fermilab, etc., which could be called an unequivocal demonstration of that link. In fact, their problem has been that they can't demonstrate that link, and that's why they find their funding at risk all the time. That's why the superconducting super collider eventually failed, because nobody could convince Congress that those superconducting magnets were really worth $10 billion or $20 billion. And so I'm interested in the difference between NIH and how it establishes its programs and these other kinds of federal laboratories, and about the balance, whether there's a proper balance between internal and extramural research, and whether that balance changes over time and how it changes. I'm intrigued that the linear model, which has been discredited pretty much in corporate research, for example, nobody nowadays believes that if you put a lot of funding into basic research, you're going to necessarily get profitable products out at the end. Even blue chip companies like IBM or GE or Xerox have given up that linear model, but it still seems to be very much a part of thinking in the biomedical sciences, and we can talk about why that might be so. I'd also be interested, although it's not directly on the politics of biomedical research, about the organization of the campus itself. I'm very interested in campuses and how they work and how people interact. And corporate research labs in the 1950s were all about basic research. And they were designed by brand-named architects, and the whole idea was to set up a show place separate from application, separate from development. And of course, all those places still exist, although they no longer have that kind of commitment built into them. And what you quoted, which I thought was very interesting, is the idea of the NIH as 500 beds, and this wasn't here, it was from Jack Mazur, but 500 beds wrapped in 1,000 laboratories. That's a very different model of what a laboratory should be than most of these corporate labs, where the idea was to keep them separate from research and development, and development particularly. So I'd like some comment on that one. And I'd also like some comment about what makes a successful research campus. How do you encourage that kind of interaction? Most of these corporate labs didn't do very well. It was accidental at best. How, in fact, do you encourage that? And how do you keep the disease-oriented institutes from stifling basic research? And finally, I'd like some thought about how you measure the success of NIH. Corporate labs used to measure their success in numbers of Nobel laureates, and we have several in the audience today, by publications, by members of the National Academy, by all kinds of measures that have nothing to do with their larger mission. Patents, maybe, yeah. But, it just wasn't much consolation to IBM to have won 5 Nobel Prizes when you were taking a write-off of $20 billion. And the same was true of other corporate labs. So I would leave you with this thought, that, and even Bell Labs, it's kind of, what have you done for us lately? The Nobel Prizes don't count for much. I was struck by your image in a paper that he'd done earlier when he said that Venice isn't sinking, the water is rising. And what he was talking about is how political pressure for cancer research, I think in that case, ends up strengthening the entire NIH through percolating up. But I think it may be interesting to worry about what happens when the tide recedes, and which parts of the architecture you shore up as the tide goes out, and which ones you let collapse. That doesn't seem to be too much of a concern right at the moment, of course. Nobody's still dying of English.
Well, I'd like to have Dr. Fredrickson respond to either Dr. Hart or Dr. Leslie, if you'd mind.
That is a very cogent and appropriate question.
Okay. And also, please press the button on your microphone to activate.
Okay. I've often thought about that disproportion between the effort in biomedical research and all the other problems you indicated. It's very clear that that will not be a feature of this institution ever, to be able to really work on the practical, the translational aspects of what it does. I went through that with Mr. Kennedy and Javits one time. Where are you not practical? What are you doing? You're even ignoring us. But and I came to a conclusion that there was a limit beyond which an institution like this should attempt to reach, because it's not made that way. I may have been a narrow interpretation of the importance of keeping medical research or research away from extension, but I'm not sure that it isn't possible that this might sometime be subtended here in a way that will borrow from the assets of the institution and make a contribution. The reason why NIH developed was, of course, the subject and the intense interest of people represented by the Congress to find a new cure for yesterday's or tomorrow's disease. Disease has its own, it's a compelling subject. And there are other reasons why NIH was able to do what these 4 public health people decided to do. They, first of all, were going to build a huge hospital, and there wasn't a doctor on the campus. There were a few, but what happened? They had enormous good fortune, if it's good fortune, if a war is ever, because the Korean episode occurred just as the clinical center was opening. And the Public Health Service was able to garner some units, some billets for people in the uniformed services to stay on the campus, serve, and then go on. Many of the people who served initial, or not, quite a few of them, are still here. But the point is that was a tremendous stroke of luck, because I'm not sure they would ever have been able to man and take advantage of what was here. At that time, the offering of billets for the military sort during that period extended for almost 2 years, for almost 10 years. And during that time, I would say that a very large share of the medical faculties of yesterday came through here. And they were all immured in a ideal setting for research, and they went back home and cloned NIH broadly across the country. And it's difficult now to man the facility in the same way. So what you're really asking is, I guess, as a starter question, could NIH take its prestige, its size, its comparative position with the Congress, and use it for extending into these other problems? It has really never done that. In the recombinant DNA controversy, we were able to serve for the campus researchers, to serve for science in relationship to the people. We worked very hard to bring to open it up and to keep it something that people had great access to and were constantly consulted. That's something that we can do. But health insurance, liabilities, assessing medical care, we've never been able to try it. I think it won't work here. I think it needs in connection with this institution and borrowing what power it has, it might be set up. But over the years, it's been very difficult to get scientists to do things other than their kind of science. The original Isaiah Bowen committee, when it decided what it would do, noticed that medical research had another committee by Bush, but it didn't. It just threw out the social sciences and decided only to stay with what was left. So the beginning was not auspicious for social science, unfortunately.
I was going to, just building on Bill's comment about the linear model, I wondered about the division of labor between NIH and the private sector. What's the relationship like, especially for the administrator in dealing with drug companies, medical device companies? I mean, do they exert any influence over the extent to which you move downstream towards applications? Because I think that was the thrust of Bill's
That's the
comments.
entrepreneurial drive.
Yeah.
When Shannon was director, you couldn't have a patent. There were no patents, and if you had a patent, you couldn't even collect on it if it were related to something that you were doing here. But of course, at the end of the recombinant DNA period, the great reductionist period, the relationship between the scientists here and industry became very close. It became close in the sense that scientists who were here working for years on projects that dealt with serendipity now were looking very clearly at where there'd be a payoff. Not so much a personal payoff, but they wanted to participate in that. Patents then became possible, and CRADAs, so-called relationships between laboratories here on the campus and industry, are now favored. But there are certain very strict attempts to keep a strict rule on a conflict of interest in working on projects and on profit making. There is a very strong, this institution now is a feeder for the biomedical research industry. You often think about their ads on the television, but it is NIH and the universities that are the feeders of most of the novel interventions. So we are participating in that way in the same way. And the NIH established a patent policy for the universities that opened that up for them. I'm sorry.
Okay, can I follow that up just for a second? Because it strikes me that NIH might be considered the one that got away. That is, when I think of other federally funded research facilities, Brookhaven or Fermi Lab, et cetera, or the Space Science Institute at my own institution, they're all controlled, managed by universities.
Yes.
NIH could easily have followed a similar pattern, but it didn't, and I wonder what the implications for that end up being.
Well, of course, as it began, it hasn't changed its mode very much since the day it began, when Mr. Cassius Van Slyke put up the program of extramural grants. You might say, is this the time to continue project funding? Or could it be in a different mode? It's never been seriously considered. But there's a lot of big money that does go to the universities through NIH institutes, funding big programs that involve particularly clinical research.
Oh, absolutely, but the difference is that those universities don't control NIH in the way that they manage a space telescope project or a Brookhaven lab.
No, it's true.
It's important difference.
It's true.
I do wonder whether project grants will block grants be more important in the future.
I think it will.
Because NSF, for instance, has done a lot with block grants.
I think it
ARPA
will.
did.
I'm certain of it. But as long as there are project grants, you always find enough people who are interested in them. Of course, we have another problem, which I don't want to confuse you with, but we are a great problem in getting MDs into the whole research program nationwide and here. Now, when I showed you this set of tonsils and what finally came out of it, I think that we're going to see a return to the lure of clinical research in close connection with the labs more than ever, because now the joy of not having to wait 30 years to get deeper into the project is gone. And so I think that this may be one of the things about the frontier, that the return to clinical observation and clinical research will be better than it has been in the last 20 years.
Let me just build on that and come back to something that both of us referred to, which is the pressure on NIH to show its payoff, especially you mentioned Senator Kennedy just a minute ago. It sounds like the liberals in Congress in particular were interested in seeing payoffs, and I wonder if you could say a few words about how did that pressure manifest itself, and was it a problem? Did you feel like you were going to be sort of measured year on year, whereas the appropriate horizon was, in decades.
I don't think we ever felt that pressure terribly. The senator and Javits together, I think, were charging me with representing an institution that was arrogant and unwilling to explain its inventions and see them used, which wasn't really true. It became very true that whenever industry finally saw an advantage in it, the relationship became that they were very eager for that, and that was accommodated. There is a very close relationship between industry and biopharmaceutical industry and NIH. Not so different from most universities, because our patent program allowed that same thing to happen.
And is that managed mostly at the level of the lab? I mean, is it mainly at the initiative of the lab directors and
Yes.
their counterparts in industry?
Yes.
So
The senior scientists or the scientists have a great deal of latitude within strict rules about how to make those relationships.
Yeah, the strict rules, of course, reminds me that when industry talks about basic research or fundamental research, it doesn't mean anything you want to do. It means basic to some particular larger objective. Basic research at Bell Labs isn't just about semiconductor physics, it's about making something that's going to replace a vacuum
And that's when
tube.
it started here, you could do anything you wanted to do. And you were encouraged to pursue the butterflies.
And has that changed over time?
Not a great deal, because the entrepreneurial spirit has now directed the laboratories and the scientists themselves to participate, to get something that's not so much profit making. I don't want to say that, because there are a lot of people here who are not interested primarily in profit, but they don't mind royalties. And they don't, but they aim the entrepreneurial spirit came here just as it did in the universities with the end of the recombinant DNA flurry.
Yeah, my experience, though, is that entrepreneurs are drawn to money. And when there's funding for particular kinds of projects, that's going to draw entrepreneurs in one direction rather than another. And that it's, there must be a sense within NIH of what seems more promising, more interesting, more fundable at any one time.
Yes, but that's a decision about the scientist. Where is it going from here? What are the scientific opportunities to make open another door? After all, that still is an important motive for scientists, to put something on the mosaic of new knowledge. But of course, it's been subverted to another interest and joy, and that is in some profit. But profit doesn't drive these scientists here. Right? It really doesn't. But their targets are very often entrepreneurial, most of them.
let me come back to something that was in the talk a little bit more than what we've talked about just in the past few minutes, and that's the tension. It seemed to me that you underplayed it, the tension between the new dealers and the medical establishment. And I wondered, I haven't looked at the documents that you've looked at, but how did that play out? You mentioned actually, again, you mentioned the hospital that was in place at the beginning of the Korean War, and the concern, I'm sure, that was out there in the medical schools that the NIH was going to mess up the good thing that they had going.
I think there was. That was part of this CNH Long Committee tension that happened. They let the NIH get away and go off and do anything in biology it wanted. That was very hard for NSF at the moment. The new dealers were different in their interests. Roosevelt didn't particularly care about research, but he came out and spoke here in 36 or 38, made a nice speech, and it showed that he cared. He also gave Perrin and Jimmy Thompson some money that the New Deal had collected for some purpose so they could extend and get a new building. He was not against, he didn't make this a favorite program of his. The New Dealers, I don't think that they were a particular political bloc in the funding of NIH. It came from all sectors.
I guess I was thinking about Perrin as himself as a New Dealer, a person who took the New Deal vision, although Roosevelt didn't care about medical research per se. He was a person who saw a way that government could be an expansive and positive force in people's lives through medical research. And that wasn't, as far as I understand it, the view, at least that it wasn't the government's role that, say, the dean of the Harvard Medical School at that time would have held, that this was a dangerous intrusion. You know, they used some of the language that the AMA later used about, you know, the cutting edge of socialism and all this sort of stuff.
There's some interesting testimony before the Congress. Senator Cannon wondered why this big thing was being built. And what about the people in the universities and the medical schools? So, yes, there was hostility. And in fact, when I came here, rather young, rather early, my dean, my medical school professor, said to me one day, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm going to NIH." He said, "That's going to be a government backwater, and it will amount to nothing." And 10 years later, he was here researching and looking for the next faculty of Harvard Medical School. And that was a great exchange, which he didn't appreciate at the time.
It strikes me over the long run that the cutting edge of socialism, to use David's phrase, was dulled by money. That is, the medical schools were the great beneficiaries of the extramural research program.
Yeah.
And I wanted to follow that up because I think you make a very interesting point, the idea that NIH sent out people to medical schools who cloned an NIH culture within those medical schools. And what are the implications for medical research and education within those medical schools?
That it's all tracking along the same path. There's not much diversion in that. But the diversion is in the subject matter itself. The cloning was a very important thing. After the first 20 years of NIH, we saw that we were being competed for the best people by the medical schools themselves, who would keep them home on an NIH grant. Understandable. Yeah. And now we're building a new hospital because this big giant is too big and the beds are not all used, and there needs to be a new kind of hospital where clinical research will get a special berth, and it is hoped that other institutions will send people here for a period of time, if it will enable them to be better trained in clinical research, which is a very expensive business.
One more question?
Sure. Okay. I'll just take license now and be completely present-oriented, since even though the panel is history. Is it possible for NIH to grow too big? Can there ever be too big?
Oh, yes. First of all,
we've
run out of land.
But the establishment overall, I mean, not just the intramural, but the whole biomedical research establishment, how would we know if it's growing too big or growing too fast?
Well, I guess one question is, are we tapering off in the quality of stuff we're getting? I don't think there's any indication of that. There's just so much interest in that kind of research, particularly molecular biology, that's taken over. But the fact that molecular biology is coming back in to open up the clinical vision, the physiological vision, we've almost cloned everything. We now have to put the clock back together again.
No people yet.
That's what I'm hoping for. A better fitting of the clock. Again, NIH is big enough. But it still has to be fed with an expanding budget, given the opportunities there are for exploration. They really are not limited.
What I'd like to do now is open up the discussion to the audience, and if you want to join in, you can punch the button to activate your microphone, and there are also 2 freestanding microphones at the back of the room. So please. Also, one other thing, please also identify yourself as you do. Dr. Lederberg.
This is Joshua Lederberg. I'd like to comment on the discredited linear model. I couldn't disagree with that more. The linear model has to be complicated. There are 2 aspects of it I'd like to comment on. First of all, in corporate life, of course, the linear model has been set aside because of the difficulty in getting a proprietary return from proprietary basic research. And in fact, We know from the experience of Bell Laboratories they made many, many wonderful discoveries, almost none of which were exploited to the benefit of AT&T, but everybody else got enormous benefit from them. So it's entirely, if it's going to be done at all, it has to be socialized at that stage, and government funding is indispensable if there's to be the basic science foundations for application. We also used it in terms of the assembly line model. Don and I have had some discourse about that over the years. Basic science at the front end, applied research, applied consequences at the other. And of course, it's much more complicated than that. And one might well argue that in the most creative areas, it is the anomalies that are discovered out in the field, out in applications practice, that open up new problems and new challenges that indicate maybe your models were incomplete, your basic science understanding wasn't adequate, and so there's constant feedback at every stage of that assembly line back to earlier stages. I wrote an article once where I talked about the epicycles of research and development as an alternative to a straight throughput linear model. If I ask myself, was the other hint that was mentioned in discussing linear models, it wouldn't have mattered very much. We would have had all the applied results without the benefit of basic research. And I tried to think, what of the current areas of health applications, the things that keep us alive today, did or did not depend on a very large measure on the kind of basic findings that came out of NIH-supported research. The only one that begins to qualify for that is antibiotics, because most antibiotic development has been so empirical. The only theory that was needed was the notion that microbes make antibiotic substances, and that was done long before NIH had actually been established. And even there's much more rational design today going into the design and adumbration and perfection of new antibiotics that absolutely requires knowledge of metabolic pathways, of targets and so on, that only the basic research could do. If you go through the other panoply of, just take the drugs that we buy and the billions of dollars of sales, those that are based on neurotransmitters, Julie's going to talk about that, the NSAIDs, the cholesterol inhibitors, the beta blockers, low dollar volume, but very important for health of vaccines. None of them would have been feasible at the pharmaceutical level without the underpinnings of basic knowledge that we've had before. And I haven't even mentioned genomics, because that's still more of a promise than a reality in most areas. So that linear model needs to be complicated for sure. There is more feedback. Different institutions have to be involved in different stages, but I could not accept saying that it was discredited.
Just to clarify, I don't mean to suggest that theory isn't important, that basic research is important. It's that basic research is important to something. It's not, in any corporate case that I can think of, there's always some larger purpose. Whitney was the best at GE. He said, we're not a home for indigent chemists. Point is, it's directed somewhere. I think you're quite right. The feedback is critical, but that was one of the interesting points of the NIH, was that it wasn't simply basic research. It was surrounded by, in fact, clinical study, institutes devoted to particular diseases, and it was that model where one feeds back on the other. Bell Labs was never just about basic research. It was 5% of it, or less, was basic research. The rest of it was feeding in and drawing from. Yes, you're right, it should be complicated, but it was never so easy as simply support basic research and that I wouldn't accept.
Well, there's an intermediary called the scientific literature, and if you want to know more about it, look at the building that you're in at the present time. It's not individual institutions that do the whole job. We have a specialization of labor. We have, it's become somewhat blurred, creatively so, where academic institutions and organizations, which includes organizations like NIH, have the responsibility for the proprietary aspects of it. That knowledge becomes part of the common fund and is exploited very, very heavily by the private sector. So I don't know why you need to have any marvel about doing different things in different places as long as they're well interconnected.
Yes. Basically, I was wondering, okay, if we if we consider that one of the basic functions of government is to serve the public, then that public can be divided, in fact, into two parts, or one can think of it that way, into a public sector, a for-profit sector, and a non-profit sector. And there's been a lot of discussion about the relationship between the NIH and the for-profit sector, and I was wondering to what extent the non-profit sector, what the relation, or how one should define the relationship, or what people's thoughts are on how one should define the relationship between the NIH and the non-profit sector.
Would you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Gabrielle Baines.
That's pretty
Okay. Okay, so basically, if one considers government the function of government to serve the public, one can divide that public into a profit sector and a non-profit sector. And the essential difference between the two would be that the profit sector would be a sector that works for money. A non-profit sector works for a profit, but the profit might be curing a disease, or and one could define disease in a very broad sense: poverty, racism, or manifestations such as, well, okay, I'll leave it at that. All right, so what should, I would like to know what your thoughts are on the relationship, what the relationship might be between the NIH and the nonprofit sector, because a lot has been discussed about the relationship between the NIH and the profit sector.
NIH is non-profit, as it views itself. I think that the question of whether government money is used to advantage only at the profit sector, manufacturing, and that sort of way. And I don't think that NIH views itself as I don't think NIH views itself as part of the profit sector. Never have. But it's very much related to the profit sector, and it understands the fact that what comes out of here and similar institutions is what feeds the pharmaceutical industry, for example. Now, if that is unjustly, if the profits that emerge from those endeavors, however linked they are, I think that's a very important social point. How is that going to be controlled? I can't answer that.
I guess I'm going to follow up a little bit on a model that one of the speakers addressed, which is the triangle model. And I think that you're thinking in a linear mode where they're essentially you're putting NIH in the nonprofit sector, and I'm thinking basically the NIH is a government institution. It serves the public, and that public can be divided into in several different manners, but one possible way is to divide it into a profit and nonprofit sector. And the boundaries have been defined very well between, or I'm not going to say very well, but there's been a lot of discussion about how to define the boundaries between government and the profit sector in the NIH, but possibly not the boundaries between government and the nonprofit sector in the NIH.
Well, in a sense, the idea here has always been, and I think correctly, that knowledge is what is going to benefit the public, and that that's our job to provide it. And to, as Mr. Kennedy once said, and to give it to the people.
Okay, knowledge possibly benefits an educated public.
What?
Knowledge possibly benefits an educated public. So, I mean, in the sense that we're a government institution, we serve the public, we might need to look beyond simply serving knowledge.
It might. It's very hungry for knowledge about disease, and that's what's fed this institution. But obviously knowledge is not linear either, in any sense. So I don't think I can answer your question better.
Yes, my name is Henry Metzger. I'm an intramural scientist who's been here since 1959. I think, in following up on Dr. Leslie's question, I think you really got the answer right in terms of saying that the NIH, from my point of view, has always been an institution where application of the knowledge has been a critical part of the institution. It is, after all, called the National Institutes of Health. It's not the National Institute of Knowledge. And although Don said quite correctly that there weren't a lot of clinicians around when he came here, in point of fact, the directors of the NIH have always been physicians. And I think those of us with an MD background who nevertheless have spent their whole careers in the laboratory rather than at the bedside have never forgotten our basic training, which was in medicine. And so the idea that ultimately, even when we worked at a very basic level, there was some connection between what we were taught with the Hippocratic Oath and so on, I think that has always been a very important part of the whole esprit here. And I remember, I'm an immunologist, I remember when our president, Bunny Koshland, who was a PhD, came to Tony Fauci and, having seen the tremendous growth of immunology, suggested that maybe it was time for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease to add the name of immunology to the institute. He turned us down. And I think it was either Tony or it was Richard Krause, because he said nobody dies of immunology. And I think that that taught us all a lesson. I think the connection that the NIH has between the sick people and the mothers of sick children and the basic knowledge, I think, has been absolutely critical. And just to pick up one other thing in terms of the question of, is there a concern among the scientific community that there's been, perhaps the applications have been too much or provide too much of a pressure? I think periodically there has been. I think when Bernadine Healy developed her strategic plan, there was concern among the scientific community, and I think we still feel that every now and then, and I think now in particular one feels that. And I think one certainly saw examples of that with the whole research on AIDS, where the AIDS community was very powerfully initially quite unreceptive to basic research, and then only later realized how tough the problem was and that basic research was necessary. And then, of course, once success started at the NIH, I think that paradigm continued to get the sort of support that we see.
I think that NIH, for example, and its programs can be moved by national need and by demand of the constituents. AIDS is a good example. But the point is that you have here a very powerful scientific ethic that filters what the intent of the work is and the money is spent for. It must be for quality and eventually toward the solution. The remarkable thing about the intramural program to me always was the kind of way in which people who were competing with each other in their sciences worked together without any rancor or any jealousy or any difficulty. There was never any isolation of work or prevention of total community at work when anyone had a need for a certain particular information. It was, as these public health founders somehow created it, a very finely oiled machine to get together. I had showed you the picture of Perrin and Dyer and Jimmy Thompson because I think I have with utmost admiration. Two of them were not scientists. Jimmy Thompson was a river pollution expert, and Perrin was venereal disease, but they had a sense of what it is to create a working environment. The mental health was a separate division of the public health at this time, and they refused to have a hospital where there would be patients of any other kind. So they got a charter for a hospital, but Truman etched it out. He wouldn't go along with the rejection. The Cancer Institute, of course, wanted its own too, and faster. But all these things were worked out by these people who had a good sense of what a working scientific society would have to succeed?
Before the next question, there's a comment from the panel.
Just to add a distinction that might be helpful between different kinds of applications and how they benefit the public, and this refers back to the earlier question as well. It seems to me that there probably has been in the history of NIH a tension around how the benefits of basic research ought to be communicated, whether it's only through or mainly through profit-making firms in drugs and medical devices, or whether there's a more direct relationship to clinical practice, to prevention, other kinds of modes. Because there is if we think about the nonprofit sector as including hospitals and universities, which are the biggest institutions along with churches in that sector, plus maybe the independent medical practitioner also falls into that category. Those people can take the knowledge directly if the mechanisms are there for it to reach them. In some instances at least. So it seems to me there must be tension in the history of NIH between the balance of working on projects that ultimately have to be translated into drugs and devices and other kinds of knowledge that might be translated in other ways into medical practice.
Victoria.
Is this on?
Not yet.
No? It was.
Can you hear me?
Louder, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Try one of these. Can you hear me now? My name is Victoria Harden, and I'm the historian for the National Institutes of Health. I want to say a couple of things. Professor Hart is absolutely right. Stephen Strickland's book was published in 1972, and we need more studies of the NIH's place in policy. And perhaps I hope today's symposium will help to generate these studies. I specifically want to speak to a point, though, that Professor Leslie raised, and that is the uniqueness of the NIH intramural program and extramural program, and why it's so different from the national laboratories, for example. I think Dr. Fredrickson's career more or less illustrates this point. He came in 1953 as one of the very first clinical associates when the clinical center was opened. He came into a place that had a reputation for very high-level laboratory research, but there had not been the clinical research before that. And we could go on into the history of the intramural program, which one of my fellows, Dr. Bimsoon Park, is I hope, going to publish a paper very soon about this early research. He's been tracing out these particular details. But it's that clinical research that began in the 50s. Dr. Fredrickson alluded to the Korean War as being one stimulus for bringing clinical researchers here, and of course the Vietnam War expanded it. And this interaction between the training and the laboratory research and the training at NIH in what people inevitably describe as a critical mass of scientific minds, and then going out, those same people leaving the intramural program, going to the extramural program, cloning the process, those same people come back to sit on study sections later to give the grants. And so you've got a sort of a meta process here so that the intramural, the extramural feed together. I think Dr. Fredrickson's career also illustrates this in the recombinant DNA situation in the 70s, where the NIH was serving not just as the grants-giving organization, but actually was the focal point for leadership in the scientific community to get these guidelines set up and the RAC set up, as opposed to laws passed in Congress to regulate research. So here you've got a federal agency playing a completely different role. And then his career finished with the construction here on the campus of the ambulatory care research facility, which simply expanded the number of clinical studies that could be done from the 540 inpatient beds to thousands and thousands of ambulatory care studies. So I think you've got to take a look at the relationship between the NIH's role as a trainer and the intramural research program and the extramural research program. I think it's all of a piece. Thank you.
Okay. I couldn't hear very well. Is there a question for?
I think it's just that there's a happy symbiosis between the intramural and extramural programs here, and that your career illustrates.
Fortunate.
Yeah. Did you want to? I don't know if you.
I'm Judy Vidakaitis. I'm Director of the National Center for Research Resources. I'd like to pick up on comments of Drs. Hart and Leslie about technology and the National Laboratory's role for medical research. Contrary to the implication of some of your comments, those sources are playing progressively greater roles in medical research. Those agencies have provided some of the basic technologies that have been adapted for biomedical research, for synchrotron radiation crystallography, for mass spec, for NMR spectroscopy, and other technologies. And as research has become more complex, we're more dependent on high throughput technologies, which are important for scalable computing capacities over the internet, developed by NSF and other agencies and DARPA. So there's an interdependence and a growing interdependence of medical research on technologies developed by other agencies and adapted for medical research.
No question that's true, but the reason it's true is that those laboratories are under some pressure to show that they can do more than their original missions. And APL, which is not a federal lab per se, from Johns Hopkins, of course they can trot out all kinds of medical breakthroughs that they've worked through at the hospital, but it's still a very small percentage of their budget. But they need that to be able to show that they have some relevance. Well, now they don't need to show relevance, thanks to the last 6 weeks. But before that time, to demonstrate that they were more than a sort of one-trick pony. And Los Alamos and Livermore, et cetera, sure, they like to show you those kind of spin-offs, but that's not their main mission by any means. And trying to redefine themselves in a world where their main mission doesn't seem nearly as important, yes, medicine becomes something that you can show.
But that role is legislatively mandated.
But at what percent of the budget?
Well, they do a lot of other things, obviously, as you point out.
I think it's also fair to ask the question of whether this is a structure that's optimized for benefiting the public. I mean, in a sense, now we've seen DOE and DOD trying to, remission themselves. They sometimes use that language to preserve the capabilities that they've developed. And maybe this current crisis shows that this was the right way to do it, because in a sense we hold those laboratories in reserve for defense and other kinds of missions that have now become more important. But I think it can be argued both ways. And Director Varmus was made the point in the last few years that engineering and physics and chemistry are all integral to biomedical progress. And I think there was some reading in the rest of the world that meant that NIH was going to move into these fields and essentially grow well beyond its traditional writ. And I think it's worth thinking about whether that makes sense or whether there should be the kind of division of labor across the agencies that we have.
I'm Milton Korn from the National Library of Medicine. I have a question for any of the panelists. I just wonder whether you believe that increasing the number of biologists and projects indefinitely provides a linear increase in the rate at which we're going to get interesting or important discoveries. We're doubling the budget now. Are we going to have double?
Well, do we get a continuing high rate of return if we just continue to grow biologists indefinitely? Wasn't it? I think Director Price said that eventually every man, woman, child, and dog in the United States will be a scientist if it keeps growing indefinitely.
So I think that limit will probably find itself.
how would that occur? Could you say a little more? How do we find that self-limiting level?
By limiting the number of projects that you fund this year, which was an original idea of the B over the B.
If you don't mind giving me another turn, I'd like to say a little bit more about the relationship of basic science to our overall productivity, basic science for this and that. We have an easy job of it in the biomedical area. It's very hard to do anything in biology that is not going to be, in a pretty obvious way, going to contribute in one way or another to medical advance. And I think the obviousness of that is one of the reasons why there's been a takeoff in the life sciences compared to the other sciences in terms of funding. We always have a lot of impatient investors, whether we call that Congress or the venture capitalists and so on. And there's one thing that they just do not understand. For a while we thought the Japanese were going to eat our lunch because they were going to do it a little differently. They were going to not invest on the basic side. They were going to capitalize on manufacturing improvement process, the applied end of it. We were worried that that was going to happen, and of course it has not. And they're struggling with trying to figure out ways in which they can reinvigorate the other side. Such an important element of the conduct of basic science, I think I'm using the word precisely, in what it adds to our social capital. We have a culture of the way of making discovery, of inquiry against a merciless critic called nature, that is only feasible, and it's an educational function in the context of basic research, asking questions for primary discovery. Many of these folks are going to end up in industry, and you ask the farm industries themselves, are they hiring our PhDs, or do they want only engineers? I don't say that disparagingly. It's a very important role for the engineering mentality. And I think they vote with their feet in that regard. So I just think we can't ignore credit to the educational function, to creating a breed of intellect, of a discipline of the conduct of research that then feeds into the entire research process as one of the values and importance of that investment. I have to keep saying it because we constantly, why immunology is not put in front of NIAID. It may have been a PR answer, but it's a scandal and a disgrace that we have to go through that kind of artifice because of lack of communication of this basic understanding.
I guess I just can't resist. I think it would be a mistake to attribute the fortunes of the Japanese and American economies in the last decade to differences in basic science. There's a correlation, but I think the causation is much more complex. I think you are right to emphasize the importance of training and the kind of education that people get in this country, and it's no accident that we are an exporter of education, if you want to think about education as an industry. My own school is 40% international in composition. But I think the people who are advocates for science need to be careful in making these kinds of arguments, and there's some danger that they will boomerang on them the next time we hit a recession. So I would urge you to be a little bit more cautious in making that kind of claim. Maybe we need to argue this out offline a little bit, but I just couldn't. I had to take the bait a little bit, so I would just make that remark.
About 2 weeks ago, we had a dinner with Gordon Moore, one of the founders of Intel. And he would be the first one to tell you that Intel isn't that interested in basic research, or at least in doing it itself. What he'd love to see is universities do it. And of course, every corporation would like to socialize the cost and privatize the benefit. And it's no accident that Bell Labs and IBM and the major research labs in industry were all in monopolies, either regulated or quasi-monopolies. And I agree with you entirely about the educational role, and that's one of the things that federal funding does best, and the private sector has no interest in setting up its own university. Harvard's a great institution, but to reproduce it would cost, I don't know, billions.
I think for now that's going to be our last comment. I have a few announcements before we depart. First, I wanted to acknowledge Steve Phillips, who along with the moderators was one of the co-organizers of this conference, and he's the Assistant Director for Research and Education here at the National Library of Medicine. Second, I want to say that lunch is on your own this afternoon. There are 2 campus facilities relatively close by. There's a cafeteria in the basement of this building, and the Nature building is across the street, and there's also lunch facilities there, and people at the information desk can direct you to either of those and also give you maps for a third choice, which is to walk into Bethesda and have one of the fine restaurants there. And we will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon, so we have about 2 hours. Please leave sufficient time to check back in through security. You will have to re-register if you do not have an NIH ID and you leave the building. So just that's one of the aftermaths of last month's terrific activities. And finally, I just want to have us all thank the fine panel for a very, very interesting discussion.
Ladies, gentlemen, I think we're just about at 1:30. If I could have your attention, we ought to get ourselves back on schedule. I have Dr. David Serlin's permission to borrow 6 minutes from his session, and I will, at the termination of 6 minutes, restore the session into his good hands. But I wanted to present to you a little section of history, since you're at least half of you historians, which is not a commentary on this morning's session, but another slant on it. Dr. Fredrickson mentioned the magic word Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and so I want to show you what Mr. Roosevelt, in fact, had to say about the dedication of Building 1 at NIH in October, just about this time, 1940. You'll be, I think, somewhat surprised to discover that he does not think that the purpose of the institution is to take nucleic acid and smash it up into nucleotides. He does think it has something to do with health, as other people have commented on. And you'll find that it's surprisingly warlike, considering that we were not at war with anyone in October of 1940. But the rest of it, I'll let him speak for himself. So this is a magic room, and if one just wishes and closes his eyes, then Franklin Roosevelt will appear before you.
The President of the United States dedicates the National Institute of Health in Bethesda, Maryland. 6 hours ago, the presidential special train rolled into Washington's Union Station, bringing the President back from his one-day New England tour, which ended in Boston last night. And now the President has come by automobile to the National Health Institute in Bethesda, Maryland, on the outskirts of Washington. Here, on a pleasant Indian summer afternoon, a moderate-sized audience has gathered before the white-columned, red-brick Institute Administration building, set in the green rolling Maryland hills and surrounded by trees thick with red and yellow autumn leaves.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, nowhere in the world except in the Americas is it possible for any nation to devote a great sector of its effort to life conservation rather than life destruction. All of us are grateful that we in the United States can still turn our thoughts and our attention to those institutions of our country that symbolize peace, institutions whose purpose it is to save life and not to destroy it. It is for the dedication of these noble buildings to the service of man that we are assembled here today. The National Institute of Health speaks the universal language of humanitarianism. It has been devoted throughout its long and distinguished history to furthering the health of all mankind, in which service it has recognized no limitations imposed by international boundaries and has recognized no distinctions of race or creed or color. The Public Health Service of the United States is a very old institution and has done magnificent work But it is only recently, in the past few years, that the federal government has indicated that it can do infinitely more. The disease disregards state lines as well as national lines. And that among the states there is, as we know, an inequality of opportunity for health. In such cases, the public health service is helping and must continue even more greatly to help. That partnership, and I emphasize that word in regard to health and medicine throughout the land, that partnership is making definite progress among many diseases. Among the buildings of the National Institute of Health to be dedicated here today stands the National Cancer Institute, created through provisions of the Act which I signed on August 5th, 1937. The work of this new institute is well underway. It is promoting and stimulating cancer research throughout the nation. It is bringing to the people of the nation a message of hope, because many forms of the disease are not only curable, but even preventable. Beyond this, it is doing research here and in many universities to unravel the mysteries of cancer. I think we can all have faith in the ultimate results of these great efforts. These buildings that we dedicate represent new and improved housing for an institution that has a long and distinguished background of accomplishment in this task of research. The original demonstration of the cause and method of preventing pellagra, for example, has been followed by other important contributions. Great work has been done in the control of tularemia, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, typhus fever, yellow fever, malaria, and psittacosis. Today, the need for the conservation of health and physical fitness is greater than at any time in the nation's history. In dedicating this institute, I dedicate it to the underlying philosophy of public health, to the conservation of life, to the wise use of the vital resources of the nation. I voice for America and for the stricken world our hopes, our prayers, our faith in the power of man's humanity to man.
The President of the United States has dedicated the National Institute of Health, a collection of 6 buildings set in the sloping hills of Bethesda, Maryland, a few miles from Washington.
Okay, one just last facet. I think you might have seen in one of the stills movie tone news, one that they used to turn to show the news. And Bill Leonard, who was the producer at NLM who put this together, when he saw that, he thought, wonderful, I'm going to be able to get real movies of that time. So he went to the studios, and he discovered that the pictures that you see of those guys with their movie tone news, they were actually called the Death Squad. And they went everywhere the president went, and they filmed them on 35 millimeter film, and then if nobody shot them, they threw the film away. So every time I walk up the steps of Building 1, I think about Mr. Roosevelt's speech, and if I have time, then I wonder, did he think that they were the Death Squad following him around? Did he have that insight that subsequent presidents have had to get? Well, anyway, so this is what he expected of NIH. I turn the session back to Dr. David Serlin. Thank you for letting me borrow the time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this session. If there was ever a speaker who presented a hard act to follow, it's definitely FDR. Probably that would also include Dr. Lindberg, too. My name is David Serlin, and I'm the moderator for this afternoon's panel on psychopharmacology and behavior. To those of you who attended the session this morning, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. And to those of you who are joining the symposium at this stage of the day, welcome to you. During our first session, we explored, through the help of Dr. Donald Fredrickson and David Hart and Bill Leslie, the status of funding and research at the NIH after World War II, and even a little bit before, which is, of course, why Dr. Lindberg showed this little clip of FDR at the NIH from the late 1930s. So rather than just looking at this larger structure of funding, we're going to take more of a case study look and look at how the NIH supported funding in two particular areas. In the last session at the end of the day, we'll look at genetics research, and at the session we're going to launch into right now, we're going to look at psychopharmacology, of which our featured speaker, Dr. Julius Axelrod, obviously played a large part. Before I introduce our featured speakers today, I just want to explain the format of our session. Those of you who were here this morning saw how exciting it could be to depart from traditional academic structures and try something a little bit different. So those of you who weren't here, I'll explain it. For the first half hour or so, our main speaker and our two featured historians on the panel, they will present ideas about not only the history of psychopharmacology behavior, but they'll also speak about their own work and their own perspectives on that topic. Following that, the two panelists will, or I should say the two historians, will sort of have an interview session with our main speaker here, and they will generate some ideas and new perspectives in that process. And then the last half hour or so, we'll turn the session over to you, the audience, and you'll see in front of you there are microphones, and at the appropriate time you can press a little button and it'll activate your microphone. So before we get to that stage, I guess introductions are probably in order. Our main speaker today, gentleman on my right, is Dr. Julius Axelrod. Dr. Axelrod received his Bachelor of Science in Biology from the City College of New York in 1933. From 1935 until 1946, he worked as a laboratory technician in various labs, both at New York University Medical Center, but also for the New York City Department of Public Health. He took night classes and earned his MS in chemistry in 1941. Skipping just ahead, in 1949, Dr. Axelrod came to the NIH, where he worked as a research chemist at the National Heart Institute. And he took a brief leave of absence in the mid-50s and got his PhD from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. In 1954, he was invited to establish a section on pharmacology at the National Institute of Mental Health. And from that point on until his formal retirement in 1984, he was involved in a wide range of research projects. And of course, in 1970, Dr. Axelrod shared the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for, quote, discoveries concerning the humoral transmitters in the nerve terminals in the mechanism for their storage, release, and inactivation. He remained an active researcher, author, and lecturer throughout the 1970s and 1980s, garnering numerous honorary degrees and professional awards. In 1984, at the age of 72, he formally retired from the National Institute of Mental Health. And in 1996, he was named Scientist Emeritus here at the NIH. And I just want to say that in 1992, the NIH sponsored a campus-wide celebration of Dr. Axelrod's life and work on the occasion of his 80th birthday. And I know it's a little bit early, but I thought I should just say we're honored to have him here as he approaches his 90th birthday, which will be in May 2002. So Dr. Axelrod will be our first speaker. And let me just introduce our two historians on the panel. The gentleman to Dr. Axelrod's right is Dr. David Healy. Dr. Healy holds a postdoctoral degree in biochemical markers and depression and served as a clinical research associate in psychiatry at Cambridge from 1986 to 1990. He is currently a reader in psychological medicine at the University of Wales College of Medicine, where he has been director of the North Wales Department of Psychological Medicine since 1992. He's also the former secretary of the British Association for Psychopharmacology. He's the author of over 120 peer-reviewed articles and 12 books, including a reference history of antidepressants called The Antidepressant Era, which came out through Harvard University Press in 1997, and also a history of antipsychotic drugs called The Creation of Psychopharmacology, which is forthcoming. He also edited a 3-volume series of interviews called The Psychopharmacologists. Actually, Dr. Axelrod appears in that series of interviews in that collection. To Dr. Healy's right is Ellen Herman. Dr. Herman is currently an associate professor of history at the University of Oregon. She is the author of The Romance of American Psychology, Political Culture in an Age of Experts, which appeared with the University of California Press in 1995, and also Psychiatry, Psychology, and Homosexuality, which appeared with Chelsea House Publishers in 1995. She is currently working on a project called Kinship by Design, which explores the history of modern child adoption as a point of intersection between science and society. And that work is supported by a major research grant from the National Science Foundation. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Axelrod.
Thank you, David. I'm very pleased to be invited to give this talk. As you heard, I joined the National Institute of Mental Health in 1954. It was a propitious time to join that institute. Beginning of the 1950s, a quiet revolution occurred in the treatment of mental illness, mainly through chemicals. Just before that, the type of treatment for mental illness was either lobotomy, a straitjacket, or electroconvulsive therapy, insulin therapy. Many of these were barbaric and they didn't do very much. But 1952, a French surgeon, Lederberg, used, before surgery, what he called the lytic cocktail for his patients to relieve their anxiety. And Roland-Poulenc, a chemical pharmaceutical company in Paris, asked Dr. Lederberg to try a antihistamine drug in his lytic cocktails. This was chlorpromazine. And Lederberg found that when he gave this drug into his cocktail, the patients were almost completely indifferent to their surgery, and he realized that it had very interesting psychological effect, and he proposed to 2 French psychiatrists, Delay and Daniker, to try it on his psychotic patients. And when they did, they found a remarkable effect that many of those patients no longer had hallucinations or agitation, and it was widely used by other psychiatric institutes for the relief of symptoms of schizophrenia. And shortly after that, 1954, a Swiss psychiatrist, Roland Kuhn, was asked by Geiger company to try certain drugs which resemble the structure of chlorpromazine on schizophrenic patients. And he found that one drug called imipramine, a tricyclics, had no effect on schizophrenic patients, but relieved depression. And shortly after that, an American psychiatrist, Nathan Klein, found that inhibitors of the enzyme monoamine oxidase, an enzyme involved in the metabolism of a certain class of neurotransmitters, also relieve depression. And about the same time, a chemist, Topman LaRose Sternbeck, found that benzodiazepine, now known as Valium, relieved anxiety. And Cade, an Austrian physician, found when he gave I won't go on how he came to this, gave lithium salts, and it relieved manic depression. Notice this is all in a period of about 5 years. And another drug was introduced, reserpine, which was the active principle of Rauwolfia, an Indian root, also relieved schizophrenia, but it wasn't very safe. However, he called it a tranquilizer. However, what was found that reserpine, if you give enough of it, will cause suicidal depression. And it also been found right here at the National Heart Institute, of all places, that reserpine depletes serotonin from the brain, and soon after it was found that reserpine also depletes norepinephrine and noradrenaline and dopamine. And however, they knew very little about how they worked. When I joined the National Institutes of Mental Health, I worked at the Heart Institute, working mainly on drugs, metabolism of drugs, particularly that affected the behavior, amphetamine, LSD, and compound, and mescaline. And I know nothing about the brain or mental illness. However, Seymour Ketty, who was the director of the Institute, told me that I could work on anything I wanted as long as it was novel and important. Well, I searched around for a problem. I was very much interested in neurotransmission because it had a very fascinating history. And I found an enzyme which inactivated a group of neurotransmitters called monoamines. Those were noradrenaline and serotonin, as well as dopamine. Dopamine was not considered a neurotransmitter then. It was merely thought to be a precursor of noradrenaline. And at that time, there were just two neurotransmitters that were recognized. It was noradrenaline and acetylcholine. And it was shown that that acetylcholine was inactivated by an enzyme, acetylcholinesterase. And I also presumed that the enzyme catechol-methyltransferase would inactivate these neurotransmitters like by an enzyme. However, we found when we inhibited this enzyme and injected noradrenaline, which causes an elevation of blood pressure, we found that the noradrenaline was very rapidly inactivated, despite the fact that this enzyme was not functioning. So there must have been another mechanism for the inactivation of these neurotransmitters. Well, it was proposed by two Canadian psychiatrists that there was an abnormal metabolism of noradrenaline or adrenaline in schizophrenia. And Seymour Ketty, who was very much interested in this, and I thought I had a good problem working on the metabolism of adrenaline. There was nothing known there, and I and my colleague Herb Copeland actually identified all of the metabolic products, and Ketty was in a position to check this hypothesis of abnormal metabolism of adrenaline. And he ordered to do this. He commissioned New England Nuclear to synthesize tritium-labeled adrenaline and noradrenaline, and I asked that he give me some, and I had no idea about the inactivation of the neurotransmitters, but when I injected noradrenaline, I found that it persisted in tissues unchanged for hours and hours, long after its physiological actions were terminated. So it looked like somehow the noradrenaline was sequestered someplace. I have to. Well, it appeared that drugs which affected behavior were similar in structure to the neurotransmitters. For example, mescaline, which is the active principle of peyote, which the Indians used for their rituals, communicating with the gods, resembled the structure of noradrenaline. LSD resembled serotonin. So I knew that somehow these compounds which affected behavior affected neurotransmitters, a certain class of neurotransmitters. And, I'd like to show you I did several experiments trying to show how these neurotransmitters were inactivated. And I suspected it was going into the sympathetic nerves. And the next experiment is, may I have the... work. Well, yeah, well, I got it. Well, okay. Well, we can skip this one.
Okay. Here.
Okay. Okay, here it is. Well, this was the experiment. It was a relatively simple experiment to show that it's taken up into sympathetic nerves. What we did, this was done with a visiting scientist, George Herting, just removed the superior cervical ganglia in a cat just on one side. And if you do that, the nerves degenerate after removal of the superior cervical ganglia. So we had a cat that had an intact nerve, sympathetic nerves on one side, and the nerves were destroyed, denervated on the other side, and injected radioactive noradrenaline. And as you notice, that almost all of the radioactivity was on the innervated side and hardly any on the denervated side. And we knew that the neurotransmitter, noradrenaline, was inactivated by reuptake into the sympathetic nerves. And subsequently, we found that the serotonin and also dopamine later on was inactivated by reuptake. And later on, it was shown almost all neurotransmitters were inactivated by this phenomena, reabsorbed back into the nerves. Either I'm not pushing it hard enough.
It's on the left side.
Well, this is the nerves of a iris. This is showing. This is the work done by the Swedish anatomist, showing that this network of nerves here had little varicosities here, swellings here, and we proposed a model for the fate of these monoamine neurotransmitters. Doing something wrong. Oh, here, this is the model here. When a action potential comes down to the nerve, and this is the nerve terminal here, the neurotransmitter is stored in these little vesicles and releases its contents and acts on a receptor, and it's inactivated by several mechanisms, either by being metabolized by monoamine oxidase or catechol-methyltransferase or removed. But the main inactivating mechanism is reuptake back into the sympathetic nerves. And we thought now that we can check how psychoactive drugs work by just measuring their ability to affect reuptake. And the first drug we studied was cocaine. Cocaine has an interesting history. It affected the sympathetic nerves. And actually, Sigmund Freud was a student of cocaine, and this is what he wrote about cocaine. If all goes well, I will write an essay on cocaine, and I expect it will win the place in therapeutics. I take very small doses regularly against depression and indigestion with the most brilliant success. Well, what we did, a couple words, is that this experiment showing the effects of cocaine on the uptake of radioactive noradrenaline, and notice that after treatment with cocaine, there was a marked reduction of the concentration of noradrenaline into the various tissues, indicating that cocaine blocks the uptake of noradrenaline. And this is the cartoon showing what it does when it blocks reuptake. It causes a greater concentration of the neurotransmitter in the synapse here, which causes an elevated response as an excitation. I'm going very rapidly. I'm not giving all of the details, but I'm just trying to hit the highlights here. Another drug, again, I realized Now I was really working on mental illness now. I tried the effect of antidepressant drugs. A certain class used then, this was 1960, antidepressant drugs, the tricyclics. We used a whole series of drugs having similar structures, some which were clinically effective and some which had a related structure which were not, and also chlorpromazine, and found only those compounds which were clinically affected blocked reuptake of the noradrenaline, and showing that this is part of the mechanism of its actions. And here's a cartoon. Again, what happens here is that the antidepressant drugs block the reuptake of the noradrenaline, and it's also been shown in the case of other drugs such as serotonin, and dopamine. However, it takes about 2 weeks before its effects, its antidepressive effects takes effect, and evidently something else must be happening which we still don't know, and a whole industry has been developed. You may have seen this cartoon on television, an advertisement for Zoloft, having a similar cartoon. They didn't give us credit for it. Anyway, it established a whole industry, the Prozac and Zoloft and Paclitaol, called the specific serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Now here is an experiment done by a former student of mine, Sal Snyder, who showed this. Dopamine had become a very, very important neurotransmitter. Actually, it was discovered. Well, let me finish this. What Snyder and co-workers did was use tritium-labeled haloperidol, which is a very effective antidepressant drug, and took a whole class of the antipsychotic drugs and measured their ability to displace the radioactive haloperidol, and there was a direct relationship between the clinically effective doses and the ability to displace haloperidol. Haloperidol actually acts on a dopamine, an inhibitory dopamine receptor. While I have this slide, I'd like to discuss an experiment that's carried here, done at the NIH by a Swedish visiting scientist, Carlson. Carlson was the one who established that dopamine was a neurotransmitter in the 1970s. But when he was here, in the laboratory of the Heart Institute, Brody's laboratory, what he did was give reserpine. And when he gave reserpine, it depleted the dopamine, and it also caused a Parkinson-like syndrome. And dopamine does not cross, we've shown previously, dopamine does not cross the blood-brain barrier, but he gave the precursor to dopamine, L-dopa, which gets into the brain, and it relieves this Parkinson-like effect, showing that, and this, of course, stimulated the search for of dopamine in brains of patients who died of Parkinson's disease, and showed there was a depletion of dopamine. And again, you notice the rest of the story. But before I end, I would like to say when I joined the NIMH, Seymour Ketty, who was the director of the Institute, told me that I can do any problem I want, as long as, again, and this was an important lesson to me, that giving complete freedom to do my research, or research of any investigator. Then a talented investigator was in the best position to know what's important and what's doable. And I've never forgotten that lesson. Thank you.
Now, hopefully I can get this laptop to come up. While we wait for this to come up, I'd just like to quickly say that it's a very great thrill to be here, because this really is one of the places where psychopharmacology really begins, with the work of Bernard Brodie, Julius Axelrod, Seymour Ketty, and others. And I want to thank Drs. Axelrod, Serlin, and Fee for asking me to be here. I'm going to try and put some context on Julie's work for you and open up some issues, some themes, which I hope you'll all be keen to comment on as we go on. This is an X-ray, I think, of William Röntgen's wife's hand. Now, we have a mixture of people interested in history here and people who do science. And the historians like to think that we fit what the scientists do into how we think. But in actual fact, there really is a strong case, as I think Julie would say, that actually what we do changes how we think. And a key part of what we do depends on having the right techniques. New techniques like radio-labeled binding lead us to new visions of who we are and how we work. You may not have ever believed that we have souls and things like that. You all believe we have You all believe that we have selves. Well, after Julius Axelrod's work, however you saw souls and selves changed. It changed into a thing that really depends critically on levels of serotonin and other amine systems. We became particulate selves in a way that we hadn't been before. Now, what I should have here is a slide, a cartoon of the IQ scale, but it's very hard to get a good cartoon or slide of the IQ scale. This refers to some of the things that changed again around 100 years ago with IQ scales and Freud and things like that. A whole new world opened up where people began to become aware of ways in which we varied, ways in which we were normal and abnormal in ways that we hadn't known before. And this led all of us, in an effort to try to manage the risks for ourselves, for the future, and for our children's futures, to call psychology into being, to create educational psychologists, child psychologists, and others as part of an effort to govern ourselves, to manage risks for the future. We were on our way to becoming a risk society. This is highly pertinent now in the last few weeks, where the British Army sort of wonder about what role they're going to be able to play in the Afghan war, because the troops, it seems, aren't insured properly. So there are issues about risk that are wholly new issues that stem from research that began 100 years ago, but picked up speed with the research of people like Julius Axelrod and those working with him. This is a point that hopefully will become a little bit more clear as we go through. One of my areas of interest, one of the things that I've done work in, is how drug companies, in order to sell their drugs, market illnesses. They don't just market the pills, they market the illness. They don't just sell us Prozac, they sell us being depressed. But they don't sell to children, or at least until recently they haven't sold to children. Despite this, however, in the course of the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a huge explosion in the use of drugs being given to children of increasingly younger ages, drugs like Prozac, Ritalin, and things like that. What's going on here if this isn't an effort by the pharmaceutical companies to sell drugs to children? What's going on, I think, is an effort on our part to manage the risks for our children's future through the use of these agents, through what we feel is we understand what's actually going on here, and we have agents that can bring our children back from being abnormal to being normal and reduce risks for their later futures. And this is, I think, what's driving us to give these drugs to our children. There are issues here that I'm just trying to open up for all of us. These issues link into the following. This is Jean Delay wearing the blue cloak here. This is the group of people from the University of Paris who are involved in the discovery of chlorpromazine. And on his right, you've got Pierre Pichot. Delay's talking to Pichot, although Pichot had nothing at all to do with the discovery of chlorpromazine. The man who was involved in the actual discovery is on Delay's left, and it's a man called Pierre Denneker. Delay's talking to Pichot because Pichot's number 2 in the department, Denneker's number 3. The boss talks to number 2, not to number 3. This is a very hierarchical world into which these agents came. A world in which the role of medicine and treatment was to restore you to your place in the social order. God and king and queen and then the upper classes and all the way down to the working classes. And we get you well from your illness so you can take up your place in the social order once more. Drugs like LSD, however, and the oral contraceptive were the drugs that came out of the same labs and the same firms that later went on to produce Prozac and other drugs that stemmed from Julius Axelrod's work. These were drugs that were changing the place of people in the social order. These were drugs that made the 1960s an era of great ferment throughout the world. No one was more at the heart of the science involved than this man, Seymour Ketty, whom you've heard from Julius Axelrod earlier. Seymour was a giant of the field, one of the few people who in the 1960s, when it was a period when nurture had completely triumphed over nature, was able to convene a meeting on the genetics of psychiatry, 1967, Puerto Rico, the Dorado Beach conference, where he pulled in all of the experts with differing points of view and forced them to look at what was actually going on in the field of the genetics of psychiatry, an area that up till then had been completely taboo. The meeting was extremely intense. People were carried out of it in a faint when they were confronted with the data. Okay? No one but Seymour could have done this, I believe. This was a period just around the same time when Henry Beecher had released his articles on informed consent, and this had given rise to the whole, what has now become, bioethical movement. Congress were concerned that even here in the NIH you were doing research without checking whether people were giving informed consent to that research, and they called Seymour Ketty in to talk about what was involved in the kind of research that was happening here. And here's what Dr. Ketty had to say to Congress, which was the manipulation of the brain by any of the biological techniques which can be developed in the foreseeable future would involve such drastic invasions of privacy, integrity, and the unalienable rights of the individual that in their application, behavioral control would already have been achieved even if the electrodes carried no current and the pill were placebo. Now, arguably, in a sense, that's what has happened now when we give these drugs to children at the age of 1, 2, or 3. We're giving them, something interesting's going on here that Dr. Ketty hadn't foreseen. Something else was going on at exactly the same time as he talked to Congress. This is Tokyo University, which was under siege from its students, as was Paris University at the same time. Jean Delay, who thought he should have got the Nobel Prize for chlorpromazine, had his offices ransacked. Far from getting the Nobel Prize, he was forced to retire. Tokyo University's Department of Psychiatry was occupied for 10 years. Research came to a full stop. The people who drove the revolution of the 1960s were anti-psychiatrists. The only departments that were occupied were departments of psychiatry, not departments of medicine or anything like that. The anti-psychiatrists were protesting at the threat of control that these new biological techniques seemed to hint at. This was a point in time when Herman van Praag, whom Julius Axelrod will know well, would give lectures on the kind of work that he was doing and be picketed outside by people who were issuing him death threats. The kind of science that Julie makes look so simple here was seen as extremely potent, heralding monumental changes in the way we see ourselves. Now, final slide. And this is the work by Saul Snyder that Julie referred to earlier. One of the points that came up earlier during the morning was how the NIH has cloned itself around the US. One of the ways in which this was done was through, for instance, in the psychopharmacology field, you've got Julie's boys around the US. People like Saul Snyder, who'd worked in his lab, came and took the same kind of approach and techniques to other universities. They produced wonderful research like this, but this also marks a further turning point and raises questions. The basic science here is absolutely right. It's wonderful. Since then, neuroscience has gone on, but there are no new drugs. The drugs we're using essentially were all produced before this. Somehow the neuroscience hasn't translated into new treatments. The further thing that happens here is at this point you reach a point where the expertise involved in doing this kind of science means that you cannot talk to people in the street anymore about what they're actually doing, and people who may take other points of view to you have to have high-tech machinery to be able to argue the points. So we become critically dependent at this point on our experts being genuine. And from here on, I think you'll find conflict of interest becomes an issue. How much are the experts working for us, or how much do they work for, say, the pharmaceutical industry? These are issues that I think will perhaps need to be picked up on during the course of the next hour or so. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure I can turn this off, but let's just turn this off.
I'd like to begin also by thanking Dr. Serlin and Fee for inviting me here. It's been a pleasure already. I've learned a great deal. I have no slides to show you, but I thought I would share a few thoughts. points of connection, perhaps, as David said at the outset, between my own interests and the kind of work done by Dr. Axelrod here at the NIMH. And let me begin, this is a historian's trick from way back, with a question, one of those deceptively simple questions that we're so fond of. What was it about behavior? Behavior, what made it such an appealing and attractive focus of scientific work after the Second World War. And let me begin by pointing out that there were a range of scientific projects that took behavior as their object. There was, of course, behavioral science. This was a wonderfully objective-sounding term that promised to bring to a range of social sciences to the project of social inquiry some of the recognition, some of the reward, some of the funds that had been lavished on the life sciences and the physical sciences. There was, of course, behaviorism, a different beast altogether, a school that elevated the external, the observable manifestations of behavior over anything that occurred within people, including presumably biochemical processes, because these were things that could be empirically tracked in a laboratory setting. And then there was, of course, the kind of basic scientific research that has been described for you by Dr. Axelrod. Yet let me, I see my role as being sort of the historical context provider, and I think it's important to remember that this was the early Cold War era, an era of powerful and very prolonged anxiety. This was a period during which the psychological, in a variety of ways, came into view, certainly for Americans. This was partially, not completely, but partially a response to widespread fears of nuclear confrontation, the prospect of a third world war, for example. And since September 11th, we may have a new appreciation for this kind of feeling. As a nation, we've experienced, albeit in very new ways, the kind of terror that made the period after 1945 an era that inspired and promoted interiority. So it's not really surprising that historians of psychology, for example, have noticed that depth psychologies, those that go below the surface of behavior, psychologies like psychoanalysis, flourished during this era. This was the era of the arms race, of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, in comparison to these depths, behavior seems conceptually shallow, somehow unsatisfying. And so I would suggest that it's paradoxical that the remarkable work in biological psychiatry done here at the NIMH happened at a moment when the psyche figured much more prominently, at least in the culture broadly speaking, than the brain. The psyche was where the action was. This was a moment when psychological experience was advertised as an autonomous realm of human experience, one that was irreducible really to material factors, and those material factors might be economic and political on the one hand, they might be biochemical on the other. But psychology was somehow conceived as distinct from that. In both mental health policy and popular culture, therapeutic culture was sort of the slogan of the day. This was the era of milieu therapy, of community mental health centers, of movements for self-actualization, encounter, personal growth. I could go on and on. But the behavioral technology that mattered most at this point, let's say the point between 1945 and 1965, to make it a nice even 20 years, the technology that mattered was talk. Even when it came to severe mental illness, and let me remind you, this was the era, for example, when people interested in schizophrenia were talking about the schizophrenogenic mother, not neurotransmission. And as Dr. Healy just pointed out, this was clearly an era in which the party of nurture was dominant. So it was really not until after 1965, I think, that antipsychotic drugs of the sort developed earlier in the post-war period began having visible, tangible social consequences, things like emptying state hospitals of hundreds of thousands of people. This was a very tangible result that could be seen. And it was only then, I think, that work of the kind that Dr. Axelrod did, or figures like Dr. Axelrod himself, began to appear on the radar screen of public consciousness. Deinstitutionalization, of course, was an extremely hopeful policy. At first, it borrowed a critique of segregation from the civil rights movement at the time. It articulated a vision of mentally ill people as functioning, contributing members of American communities. And civil rights was a remarkably new vocabulary for the conversation about mental illness. It raised a whole lot of new ethical and legal questions. For example, was mental illness a disability like any other disability? Big question. Was medicating mentally ill people who refused treatment a violation of their civil liberties? Was withdrawing medication from people who consented to that withdrawal a violation of their civil liberties? Looking back, it is apparent, and at the time I think it was apparent as well, that new antipsychotic drugs facilitated deinstitutionalization, but the costs and divisiveness of the Vietnam era and of the war itself doomed that policy, I think. So did conservative mobilizations that imposed sustaining and expanding the kind of public sector or welfare state that was mentioned this morning, the kind of sector that ex-patients certainly needed desperately if they were going to actually function and contribute as members of communities. And by the time we get to the Reagan era, I realize that's a tiny bit beyond the province of this symposium, but by the time we get to the 1980s, the national conversation about mental illness is in fact a conversation about hunger and homelessness, which tells us something about deinstitutionalization and its history. I think 1968 is as good a turning point as any. One of the things that historians are supposed to be able to do is point to interesting moments, and I think a lot of things turned either in or around that year, including the context for work like the work that Dr. Axelrod did. Biological approaches to behavior gained a great deal of ground after that point. But between 1945 and, let's say, 1968, personhood, individuality, behavior, all of these concepts were psychologized. And when I use that term, I'm invoking a sense of the term that marked the psychological and the biological as distinctive and perhaps even incommensurable paradigms. The triumph of the therapeutic, this was a term that a famous Freud scholar, Philip Rieff, invoked, was even more apparent in the case of ordinary pain, ordinary mental trouble than it was in the case of severe mental disorder. And let me just repeat again what Dr. Healy mentioned, that normality was becoming more and more the focus of psychiatric practice, of mental health policy during this period. So that childhood experience, family dynamics, poverty, racism, sexism, homophobia, all of these things were credited during this period with at least as much power, if not a great deal more, than genetic or biochemical factors in shaping life histories, in shaping history itself. Now, we live now, I think, during a time when many citizens, not to mention the healthcare system at large, has been converted by the promises and the economic efficiency of biological psychiatry. We are all creatures of neurotransmission now. And that is why I think it's especially important, and I'd like to conclude on this thought, to reflect on the fact that behavior remains very mysterious. I strongly suspect that the scientists and clinicians who've devoted their lives, their careers to mental illness and health know this better than anyone else. But events such as this one today give us sort of formal permission to step back and reflect. We may now hope or even believe that moods and madness alike can be subordinated to very sophisticated controls, that manipulation of newer and better medications that are designed to operate on the very, very precise chemical basis of how we feel and who we are. In human terms, I may even share that aspiration, but in historical terms, I think it's very important to look at the science and technology of behavior as an expression of the Enlightenment project, and to describe that project in broadest possible terms. This is a project of permanent revelation and constant demystification, domination through knowledge. This is what Max Weber, very famous figure in sociology, called it. And he was, by the way, a champion of science as a vocation. He believed in the God of truth, but it was a ruthless God that demanded dedicated work while denying answers, this is what Weber believed, to the most fundamental questions of value. So we may applaud the victories of domination through knowledge, but let's remember that uncertainty and indeterminacy, they necessarily undergird the enterprise of research, of any kind of scientific research worth doing. And I think this is especially true of conditions such as mental illness, which have endlessly frustrated so many attempts, not only at something ambitious like cure, but at something less ambitious like humane care in an ongoing way. So as a historian, I would just like to add my little lesson about humility. I think that scientists and policymakers alike who continue to pursue the dream of domination through knowledge should keep humility and mystery in mind. So making a science of behavior may be important, as important for the unknowable contingencies that it has tried to defy as for the real discoveries that it has made.
Now, for the next phase of our panel today, we invite the historians to engage Dr. Axelrod with questions, and hopefully we'll have a productive conversation from that.
Julie, for almost all of your working life, the history of psychiatry written by historians of the field was almost completely at odds with what you were doing. It paid little or no heed to what you were doing. It was written by people who were of Freudian persuasion. Did the history of psychiatry mean absolutely nothing to you during this period then?
Well, actually, I was biochemist. The only reason I became interested in psychiatry is because I was paid by the Institute of Mental Health.
Okay.
But I did have an interest in abnormal behavior. But when I was going to college and after that, Freudianism dominated the thinking. We all spoke in terms of Freudian terms, and this was the mantra of the intellectuals and everything else. It was psychoanalysis, and actually psychoanalysis had a profound effect, I don't think as much as on behavior, but on other fields in art, literature, and areas of that kind. But we thought of, at least, that was before I joined the Institute of Mental Health, psychoanalysis, again, I think one didn't think in terms of treatment, although, ironically, most of the academic institutions, the chairman, the psychoanalysts before 1950, right up to 1960. So there was really an abrupt change during the 1950s. And it was many things that I think made this possible. Of course, these discoveries that I mentioned of DeLay and Denneker and Kuhn and Klein and Cade and these people. It was also the founding of the National Institutes of Mental Health. For the first time, really, there is money available to do some real solid research. It's expensive to do biochemical research or physiological research. And fortunately, you had, nice to see a photograph of Seymour Ketty up there. Seymour Ketty actually had a profound influence in this change. First, he had a great influence. He was the head of the Institutes of Mental Health and Neurological Diseases that were combined in 1950. Before that, he did some brilliant physiological work. He devised methods to measure blood flow in the brain, Seymour Schmidt-Ketty techniques. When he set up, he had a great influence on Robert Felix, who was the nominal head. Felix relied very much on Seymour Ketty. And Seymour Ketty believed that they had to have solid foundations of understanding of the brain and the nervous system. And he set up departments, at least at the intramural, of neurochemistry, neurophysiology, psychology, neuroanatomy, etc. And an important change took place in the study of the brain and the nervous system. The barriers between a neurochemist or a psychiatrist or a neuroanatomist broke down. And actually, there was a society established, a Society of Neuroscience, where all peoples of all disciplines spoke to each other. And I give you an idea in numbers of this impact. The first meeting we had in 1969, we had 700. The last meeting last year, we had 25,000. And 4,000 abstracts. Shows you the impact of that type of thinking. And I think it was Ketty who had at least that influence. And also, he did a really one of the solid studies on the genetics of mental illness, where he studied the Danish register, people, adoptees, and people, and he showed that at least 50% of schizophrenia had a genetic basis. Sure. Showed it there. It was not your mother or whatever it is, it was the genes that had this effect.
Yep.
I was very interested, Dr. Axelrod, to hear you say that it was, I believe it was 1960, you said that you realized you were really working on mental illness now. And I think that's interesting in terms of the chronology and also perhaps reflecting a little bit on this morning's conversation about the sort of the awareness and the relationship between very basic science and basic scientific questions and applications, including things like new drugs. I'm wondering if you can comment on that. 1960 seems awfully late for you to realize that you are working on mental illness now. And you said just a few minutes ago that that wasn't what motivated.
What motivated me was, it was a Canadian psychiatrist who found that if you took adrenaline and let it out in the air, it turned pink, like adrenochrome, and they claimed that it was an abnormal metabolism of adrenaline that caused schizophrenia. I was interested in the metabolism of amphetamine and ephedrine related sympathomer, and I thought that this would be a good problem, which would include my own interest in the metabolism of these drugs and also behavior. And I looked in the literature. I found there was nothing known about what happened to these catecholamines, adrenaline, dopamine, etc., except that there was an enzyme monoamine oxidase that deaminated. Well, I and my colleague, I had a small laboratory. I never had more than 3 or 4 people working, but they were very bright. I learned more from them than they learned from me. But anyway, we established found all of the metabolites so that they can test this theory that there's an abnormal metabolism of adrenaline. So I realized, and again, I was really doing, although my interest was metabolism of amphetamine, there was something which we can really test. And Seymour Ketty, in order to do that, ordered this radioactive noradrenaline to test them. He had all the metabolites. Actually, that whole theory of adrenochrome theory was just a lot of bunk. It had nothing to it. But anyway, it started me on being interested. And that's why I did these studies on cocaine and antidepressant drugs. So you never know. You can't predict how these things turn out, But again, this influence of the thinking that your thinking is directed towards thinking about mental illness as well as biochemistry. Well, at that time, I might add, there was a lot of theories, biochemical theories, just at that time, all kinds of tests for schizophrenia. There was the Ackerfeld test, which showed that using methylene blue was a blood test, they found schizophrenics reacted or did react for what. But then our group looked deeply into this problem and found that schizophrenics didn't get orange juice. It was the lack of orange juice that gave this test. And there was also a test called a pink spot. They used to have chromatography, and they said there was always schizophrenics had a metabolite that when you gave a special dye, that was a pink spot. That also was discredited. There were a lot of these theories. And Ketty wrote an article, a very critical article about how you have to really do rigorous type of research before you propose a test like that. Now it still goes on. There was a paper in PNAS saying it was the immune system is going wrong or something. There are all kinds of theories that were discarded.
If I could just follow up a little bit on this. You also mentioned, I'm wondering if this is a retrospective observation or something you were thinking about at the time as you were doing this research. You mentioned that the currently available treatments, clinical approaches to dramatic mental illness included barbaric approaches like psychosurgery and ECT. How much I'm very curious about whether you were thinking of your own work very self-consciously as an alternative approach at the time, or not?
No, you don't think in such grandiose terms, The results come out, and then, of course, you try to show that you don't think about it because you want to do some real good. You just do the experiments you can do. And what you find, you try to put it in context of what. Now, I don't think scientists have that type of thinking that you want to help. Of course you do, but you want to do the experiments and do an important experiment, and you want to make a new discovery. So, not to, of course, if it helps. There are several things that we did. I was involved in one was Tylenol. I won't go into that. It happened that it became a very useful drug, and next is things like Prozac. These companies save millions of dollars. They have loads of synthetic chemists synthesizing all kinds of things, but you can't test them on humans, for antidepressants. But you can test 50 compounds at once by the ability to block reuptake. So they call them SSRIs. So they save a lot of money that way, and it's established a big industry, make a lot of money.
Can I come in on this? People get to write history when something happens that changes the way we see ourselves, and the events like the events of 6 weeks ago are the kinds of things that up to recently were the kinds of things that changed our view of ourselves. Wars and things like this changed how we saw ourselves. In the last 30 to 40 years, increasingly the things that change the way we see ourselves happen in labs like yours. When sheep get cloned and when we find out about how the brain works and things like that, there's life before and after Prozac, life before and after Viagra, life before and after Dolly the sheep. We see ourselves completely differently. And that suggests that historians should be in the lab with people like you, looking at what's actually happening to try and understand it, or else they'll get, if they don't, in one sense, understand the science, then they can't understand the history either, because they don't know what's really changed. Now, up to recently, what I hinted at before was that for 40-odd years or so, while you did your work, no histories of psychiatry were written that actually reflected what you did. The first that I can think of was Edward Shorter's History of Psychiatry, and this comes out 1996. That's the first history of psychiatry that I think psychopharmacologists would recognize as telling the story that they understand, a story that goes people like Maynard through Axelrod, Ketty and on, and says Freud was an accident almost in the history of psychiatry. But how do we achieve that? Can you put a historian into the labs here in the NIH? Would you be able to live in the lab with a person who might be somewhat critical about what you're doing, because they can't just write Julius Axelrod's a great man. They've got to write, what's the meaning of these discoveries?
Well, you have to work in a laboratory. Most experiments don't work.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, okay, fine.
And if you know what's going to happen, it's not worth doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
The thing is to find something new, and generally something that was unexpected. This whole problem of uptake, I had the slightest idea. You had to do the experiments, and the experiments lead you to what you follow your nose. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, I don't think you can have a historian be bored stiff.
Sure, but there is an issue here which I hope people on the floor will come in on, in that historians usually say, well, we cannot write the history of the present, but it seems to me with the pace of scientific change that we have now, you almost have to have people in there trying to understand what's happening now, as opposed to waiting years.
Never. If you know what's going to happen now, it's the unexpected that makes it different.
Sure.
This whole concept, for example, of the double helix. Whoever thought of that transformation? Well, Avery, of course, had the idea, and etc. You just don't know. This is the beauty of science, the unexpected. And sometimes this is a problem of the peer review. They won't fund you if you don't know what's going to happen.
Jump.
It's a pity, you know.
If I can just jump in, I don't mean to interrupt this great conversation, but since we're running a bit behind time, I just want to at least have the audience be able to ask some questions. So if there are people in the audience that have questions of any of our panelists, there's a little button right in front of you, and if you press it, the microphone will activate and you can ask a question. But raise your hand first. Liz?
I'd like to ask the panel, maybe starting with Julie Axelrod, whether you think it's a significant problem that some, I don't know the numbers, but some real proportion of the population is on Prozac and related kinds of drugs. And if you think this is a problem, if it's a problem, why? If it's not a problem, why not?
Did you hear the question?
No.
Okay. Do you think it's a problem that a very large proportion of the population is on drugs like Prozac now? And if you don't think it's a problem, why isn't it?
Well, first, I don't think that large proportion are. Actually, most depressive people don't take the antidepressant drugs, you know. And also the large, at least 20 million people in the United States are depressed. A lot of people are depressed. Most of them won't take. Prozac sometimes is Kramer stories, you change your personality or something. Take it for different reasons than depression. But, drugs have side effects, you know. I didn't mention it. For example, these antipsychotic drugs, after a few years, you get neurological disease, you get tardive dyskinesia, etc. Yeah. And for many of these drugs, you don't take drugs because they're going to change your person. You take them because they're going to help you. You pay a price, you get side effects. And
yes, Clark.
The last topic of having a historian in the laboratory brought a horrible image to mind of a Bruno Latour being cloned throughout the world. But I don't think we're going to do that. But what you do raise is a very...
Why not? Why not?
You want to clone Bruno? Please. But there is a real issue here that I think that's not practical. The real issue is how would you document? What kinds of documentary processes would you suggest that might help that particular point that you raised? I think that may be a little more practical.
Sure. I was just trying to open things up. What we seem to have is an extraordinary problem, though, when you get work which shapes all of the therapeutics that we do now and have been doing for the last 20, 30, 40 years, but it's written out of history, or it isn't featuring at all in the histories that are being written of psychiatry. And, there's no work like Julius Axelrod's work featuring in the history of psychiatry through till about 1996 or thereabouts. Now, it seems while it's probably too much to think that you could have people in there in the lab doing history while it happens, on the other hand, a gap of 40 to 50 years seems a shade too long also. I'm not sure what the answer is, but perhaps the audience will have some thoughts.
Yes.
Well, I think one of the answers, which is becoming increasingly popular, is on important articles, or at least those articles that scientists in the field think are important, they often have a commentary in some of the journals, and I think that's a place where the historian who wants to do immediate history, so to speak, should look to. They're usually in Nature and Science and the PNAS, which put these kinds of studies into context.
Susan?
I think that what Dr.
what Dr. Healy is talking about is part of what interests me about this panel and about this period, and that is that there seem to be many different versions of mind or of mental illness coexisting. So you have the schizophrenic mom, and you have Axelrod's work, which is extremely, it's inside the brain, it's neurons, and you have Freudian analysis, and you have, Ellen mentioned, I guess, community public health programs, and so many different versions of psychosis and mental illness are floating through the culture, and who writes the history of these different versions is the determining factor. So who has been writing this stuff? And it hasn't necessarily been neuroscientists, because they don't count themselves as writing the history of mental illness, as I think Dr. Axelrod made clear.
Could I just throw this open to people here working from neuroscience? You've got this view of how you do neuroscience, which is the field always moves forward, and not that it moves round in circles, or maybe even goes backwards, but at least from the point of view of applied neuroscience, if you look at the drugs we are using, the challenge to the neuroscientists is that there are no new drugs been used now that have been produced since '62. What's gone wrong? Do you need a history to look at what's happening?
Most of the new drugs are just a little improvement on the safety or the time length. Most of them Me-Too drugs.
Absolutely, yes.
That period is amazing. Why that period between 1950 and all of this happened.
That's the further point which this work brings out, is what was it about the way the NIH was organized then that produced so much path-breaking research then, and perhaps still produces path-breaking research in neuroscience, but not path-breaking research that seems to get applied to mental health all that well?
We have time for two more questions. Dr. Lederberg?
Just a very brief comment answering response to your question. I think psychopharmacology is way ahead of its scientific foundations. I think Julius Axelrod has made very enormous contributions to neurotransmitters. It's a very crude interface with what's going on in the detail. The brain is not a homogeneous organ, and yet you talk about neurotransmitters, serotonin uptake inhibitors, and so on. Those are such primitive approaches to what's an extraordinarily complex problem. So I think that's the answer. We're lucky to have the drugs we have on the basis of the knowledge we have today.
Okay, one more. Sirius, you in the back?
I want to ask a question to Dr. Axelrod. You mentioned that how important Samuel Carey upon your research life at NIMH in the early years. But Samuel Carey left NIH in the late 1950s, and I'm wondering whether there was any changes in terms of supporting basic research after his departure, and then throughout your career, how NIH supports you, especially your award of a Nobel Prize in 1970 has any impact upon your research? I mean, increasing your lab space and other things.
Have you heard that? No. Okay. I think there were two bits to it. One was Seymour Carey left the NIH in the late 1950s. I think he left and came back. Wasn't that right?
Yes,
before he left again?
He went to Johns Hopkins for a year
and then came back.
But he always wanted to be a Harvard professor, and I think it was 1970 or something like that.
It was, the end of the 60s before he actually left. But after he left, was research here organized differently? Did the way he organized research here differ from what came afterwards?
It becomes more bureaucratic, so large now. And I remember, just as a reminiscence, I came here about the organization. Nobody organized me anyway, but anyway, I came here in 1950. There wasn't even this clinical center, it was just a few buildings. It was building 3. Shannon was chosen to be head of the intramural program of the Heart Institute. This building 3, we had 2 institutes: the metabolic disease, and there were about 20 scientists, working scientists. I was a sort of a technician, and in that period of those 20 scientists, 15 of those scientists became members of the National Institutes of Health, and 3 became Nobel Prize laureates. Just that small. It was a small, intimate sort of thing. We all interacted. Nobody organized us. We hired the best people we could and left them alone.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have to end because we have to have a little bit of a break before our final session. But I want to thank all of our panelists, Dr. Axelrod, Dr. Healy, and Dr. Herman. And so we hope that you'll have a bit of coffee and something sweet outside, and we'll reconvene at 3:30.
Panel today is called Genetics, Its Promise and Its Prospect. And so we'll be looking particularly at the growth of genetics, the growth of medically oriented genetics as a discipline, its use in medical education, its future, and perhaps we'll touch on some of the social and ethical implications of the immense growth and current dominance of this field. I'm delighted that we have with us our participant, Dr. Joshua Lederberg. And if you look in your packet, you'll find 2 handouts that he has provided and which he will be using as a basis for some of his remarks. One of them is about Kay Wilson and the NIH Genetic Study Section, and I'm delighted that she is here this afternoon. Joshua Lederberg is well known in many fields. He has been a very close collaborator with us here at the library on the Profiles in Science project. He shared the 1958 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for discoveries concerning genetic recombination and the organization of the genetic material of bacteria. Shortly thereafter, he moved from the University of Wisconsin to join a new department of genetics at Stanford University's School of Medicine. In 1978, he was appointed president of Rockefeller University. He became professor emeritus at Rockefeller in 1990, where he currently serves as Sackler Scholar. As a very bare bones introduction, but to those of you who would like to see more, I do recommend the Profiles in Science site for insight into his multi and varied career. We have 3 historian discussants here this afternoon. In the center is Nathaniel Comfort, who is Deputy Director of the Center for the History of Recent Science and Assistant Professor of History at the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C. Prior to joining the faculty at GWU in 1997, he was science writer at the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory on Long Island, New York. He is the author of The Tangled Field, Barbara McClintock's Search for the Patterns of Genetic Control, published in 2001. Susan Lindy, beside Dr. Lederberg, is Associate Professor of the History and Sociology of Science at the University of Pennsylvania. She is the author of Suffering Made Real, American Science and the Survivors at Hiroshima, and with Dorothy Nelkin of The DNA Mystique, the Gene as a Cultural Icon. She is currently working on a study of genetic disease since 1945, looking at the roles of different kinds of labor and knowledge involved in the rise of genetic disease to medical prominence in the period we're looking at from about 1955 to 1980. And on my far right, Jan Sapp is Professor of History and Canada Research Chair in the History of Biology at the Université de Québec à Montréal. His books include Beyond the Gene, Where the Truth Lies, Evolution by Association, A History of Symbiosis, and What is Natural? Coral Reef Crisis. I will request that all of our speakers exercise a little time discipline so that we hope to have a good time at the end for audience participation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth. I'm glad you again mentioned profiles. I just want to acknowledge how much fun it has been working with you and the team in the organization of that collection. It can be a rather touchy business, giving away your innermost secrets, your papers, your records during your own active lifetime. Not only have they made that as painless as possible, they've made it an absolute pleasure, and they have given me a resource which is absolutely invaluable to me. And I must say, I use the profiles myself 2 or 3 times a day when people ask me questions bearing on something that happened 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. I know exactly where to look it up and make very good use of it. I hope you will enjoy the same. I had the, I would say, feature or opportunity of having been very young when I started in this field. My intellectual peers, my colleagues, were often 15, 20, 25 years older. Obviously, I've been around in the game for a rather long time, but the result is that my papers are much more interesting because of all the other people that they connect with than they are with myself personally, and I felt a real obligation to make those available for historical purposes, and you've made, as I say, a pleasure to be able to do that. Now, I thought the theme of this conference would be, and it is, institutionalization of various aspects of biomedical research, and my approach to that was just to give you one snapshot of events that happened during the year 1958, which was a crucial turning point in that process of institutionalization. I'm not going to give you the history of genetics up to that time, but it had a long history. You had the journal Genetics, the Genetic Society, the word, the term, almost from the turn of the century, not to mention Mendel's premonition of what the field would be like. But I think you would be surprised today to hear how long it took for genetics to become incorporated into the medical curriculum, into medical thinking, because in fact it had a rather narrow range of applications in daily medical practice. 1958 was the year in which I was negotiating to leave Wisconsin and go to Stanford, precisely because it offered a unique opportunity at a new medical school just moved down from San Francisco to Palo Alto, as well as the research opportunities. It was also the year a little later on in which I learned I was to be awarded the Nobel Prize in genetics. This was the first year since 1946 that the prize went to genetics. H.J. Muller in 46 had received the prize for his work on radiation-induced mutagenesis. Today, almost every prize every year has something to do with genetics or molecular biology or the converse, but that was something of an innovation at that time. And then, as you will also see in the handout, 1958 was also the year in which the genetics study section was carved out from a broader range of cell biology and physiology to be recognized as a discipline on its own. So I'll begin with the prospectus for the department. You have, this was extracted so it would fit on one page. You have the filled out account of that as one of your handouts that describes the curricular program that we intended to bring into medical education and did. I'll go over that in a little more detail in just a moment. Your handout also includes the research prospectus, which is covers many of the same themes, although we could not possibly in a single department cover every element of what was included in our teaching paradigm. So, chemical basis of biological specificity, linear structure of proteins and nucleic acids. The latter today we would call genomics. We wouldn't say that our course was a course in genomics because we knew nothing in those days about how to do sequencing. We had a pretty good circumstantial evidence by 1958 that not only was DNA the genetic material, that it was organized as a double helix. We owe that to the 1953 phenomenon of Watson and Crick. But the details of actual sequencing, of course, took much longer time to actually work out, so most of the evidence was inferential. What sex is all about and its bearing on genetic transmission and how genes become scrambled, what crossing over is about and so forth, these sort of basic biological principles of genetic transmission. This was not routinely part of medical education at the time that I went to medical school, or with the exception of a few pioneering places in other medical schools in the middle 1950s. The use of the pedigree as a research tool, very closely connected with that, genetic prognosis and counseling. That was about all you could do with genetic information in those days. We knew so little about how to remediate genetic defect. There was a small handful of examples where we could do anything. Galactosemia and phenylketonuria were just about the only clear-cut single-gene diseases where there was some point to doing an early diagnosis because there would be some therapeutic intervention that could be carried on further on. Then we go into broader issues, what the consequences of consanguinity, what could you tell people would be the implications of close cousin marriages and so forth. A bit more in population genetics. Just one out of the 14 lectures would be what a whole course in clinical genetics would be at the present time, because we only had a small handful of known monogenic conditions in man. I was just chatting with Don Fredrickson, and he reminded me he began his research in metabolic disease, published for the first time in 1960. So that wave was just about to come of the proliferation of knowledge, for the most part still fairly rare conditions, but eventually adding up to a great deal. And then as a decade or two wore on, began to see the role of genetic factors in a much wider range of chronic disease like heart disease and so forth. That was inferential at that time, not later on. Blood groups and immunogenetic diseases, the chromosomes of man. Then we come into the public health aspects. This is a follow-on to the kind of thing Muller had won his prize for, an understanding of the role of radiation and environmental chemicals as being dyshygienic matters. Then the areas most closely affiliated with my own research and interest, genetics of somatic cells, of bacteria, and of viruses. I think for a long time this was the only medical school course that was a comprehensive course in genetics, as opposed to one in genetic counseling or the more immediately applicable examples of clinical genetics. As we felt at Stanford, we wanted to build the cognitive foundations of scientific insight as the foundations of understanding of medicine, even if they did not have an immediate applicability to the tradecraft of the conduct of medicine. We don't have to argue that point today. If you just read every week's New England Journal, you'll see the same kinds of themes that we were talking about. But it was something of a new thing, and it took some doing to get through the politics of the medical schools to get the enablement of this kind of curriculum. Because there is one zero-sum game in academic medicine, and that's the time allocated in the curriculum to different courses. So I'll just pick up on one or two other themes. that have been greatly enlarged since that time. You all know about the double helix, but a question that for years I would be badgered about is what difference does it make? Here's this basic knowledge about genomes, about the human genome and so on. What individual human patient received any benefit whatsoever from knowing that DNA was a double helix? And I had to confess that up to about 1980, the answer was, well, it's part of your social capital that I talked about earlier, but not concretely important in any single case. Then Y.W. Can did succeed in developing antenatal diagnosis using DNA hybridization for thalassemia, I believe it was, and that for the first time was a concrete medical application of the knowledge that we'd had since 1953. Why did it take so long? 25 years between those very important foundations and the first glimmer of explicit clinical applicability. It's the enormous edifice of contributory knowledge that now bridges the most reductionist aspects of DNA structure to pathological manifestation. I used to agonize whether there were ways of accelerating that process. Did we really need to wait that long in order to bring that convergence, that translation? And I guess the answer is mostly no. I think the process worked pretty efficiently. There was a lot of feedback from people doing work on clinical disease, back to the fundamental investigators. I would have been a little bit more critical of this in the 70s, but my retrospect is that I think the system really did work as well as could be expected to. The breakthrough finding of the role of DNA in genetics in 1944 by Avery, McLeod, and McCarty, and then its materialization in the physical structure of DNA in 1953 did need to be followed by enormous edifice building that we now call genomic insight. But in 1958, I should have had a slide on this, just occurred to me coming down, another exemplification of the sermon, of the message that had to be transmitted. My own Nobel lecture in 1958 was a challenge. Most Nobel lectures talk about their own work. I did hardly at all. I felt so much had happened between 1946 and 1958 that in those 12 years there was not much point in reciting once again the discovery of genetic recombination in bacteria. The more important message was the chemical structure of DNA being at the root of genetic understanding. And if you read my lecture, A View of Genetics, it is a chemical view of genetics. And then again, the fact that that still needed to be said in 1958, take DNA seriously, take the chemical approach to genetic deconstruction seriously, was the message I felt most important. I'll just touch on one other theme that also needed development and has made human genetics much more material. I can't put this all, but this is just a title page of a manifesto asking for a genetics of somatic cells. This was a conference held at the New York Academy of Sciences in 1956. As long as human genetics would be confined to observations, not experiments, on mating behavior and its consequences in humans, it would be very greatly limited. If we could get cells from human beings into culture and do genetic studies on those cells, one would be able to advance far more rapidly, and there were diseases connected with somatic genetic changes that could also be promulgated. So this again was part of the ferment of the mid-50s. And just to indicate how deeply embedded this was in my own thinking about the role of genetics, this is just about the first paper I wrote. It was very speculative while I was a medical student, but out of the work I was doing with Francis Ryan on neurospora. And it's really a statement of the mutational theory of cancer. In other words, that cancer is a somatic genetic disease, which was hardly a new idea at that time, but very few people entertained it at that particular moment. And I had the analogy of work on the fungus neurospora and its burgeoning of growths due to mutational change and change in nutritional circumstance that I correlated directly with what might be the case in neoplasia. So that notion of the correlation of studies in microbes on the one hand and thinking of the human body as an ensemble of microbes but of our own cells was also an informing vision in my own research And of course, somatic cell genetics did play an absolutely indispensable role in the further development of the field. So I think I'll just leave it to you once again. Oh yes, I have to mention one more thing. I'm sorry if I had been focused a little bit more on NIH, I would have given you as a handout our graduate training grant application to NIH dated 11/1/1958, $113,000 in order to set up our program of postdoctoral training in genetics. So the institutionalization of this discipline would have been absolutely impossible. We got the grant, would have been impossible without NIH support. I want to give applause again to Kay Wilson, who was the executive secretary for the genetic studies section during those critical years. Kay, it's wonderful to see you here, and I hope you enjoyed the article that Jim Crow and Pascandola wrote, and that's in the handouts here. So let's give Kay a hand. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It's a delight to be here and to be able to participate on a panel with one of my favorite scientists and three of my favorite historians of science. I count Joshua in both camps. This is perhaps the most open-ended panel of the day, so I'm going to be very open-ended. I want to look back briefly at a little bit of the history, recent history of science, and then I'm going to go out on a limb and toss out some ideas that are more prospective, suggest some things that would be interesting, I think, to look at. Historians of science, I think, have been caught in a kind of a box. We tend to compartmentalize the history simply in order to deal with it. No, science has to do more or less the same thing, break off a little piece of nature and try to understand it. And historians tend to look at an individual or an institution or, an idea and trace that. And as a consequence, historians of science have a very difficult time dealing with people like Joshua Lederberg, because he has had such a diverse career. You have to be just about every kind of scientist you can imagine in order to get a grip on it, on his career. And yet, there's something very profoundly real about the way Joshua's career has gone. That's the way science works. Science is fundamentally integrated. And you have to be able to span disciplines in order to come to terms with the way science actually works. In 1922, Herman J. Muller, in a very famous review article, was talking about the nature of the gene and was articulating a chemical theory of the gene. And he wrote, must we geneticists become bacteriologists, physiological chemists, and physicists simultaneously with being zoologists and botanists? Let us hope so. And I might paraphrase him and say, must we historians become geneticists, bacteriologists, chemists and physicists, evolutionary biologists and developmental biologists, simultaneously with being philosophers and sociologists? Let us hope so. Obviously, one of the reasons we're here is that we all think human genetics is an interesting prospect for the history of science. It's a field that historians have not really dealt with very well yet. It's just kind of becoming an area of interest to scholars. We've spent a lot of time as a field looking at the history, the sort of prehistory of human genetics, namely the history of eugenics. And one of the things I hope to probe a little bit in our discussion afterward is that transition from eugenics to human genetics. And I think that's a very interesting historical moment. It's something that's bothered me ever since I first began reading about eugenics. How exactly did this happen? I found the time I was learning about eugenics as a graduate student, I was also doing an interview with a distinguished geneticist, actually a former graduate student of H.J. Muller, named Bentley Glass, who I noticed had from his CV had joined the American Eugenics Society, I believe in that miraculous year of 1958, as it turns out. And I couldn't make heads or tails of that. How could somebody possibly join the Eugenics Society in 1958? It seems so late. How could you reconcile this? And I've been sort of trying to figure that out ever since. So that's some goals for the history of science, how to come to terms with the recent past in biomedicine. And interestingly, I think that as I look forward to some of the things that I think need to be done in the science itself in the coming years, I find that historical and scientific goals may in fact converge. And I've been thinking about an area in which this is an idea that actually grew out of. It's an idea that was taught to me by Barbara McClintock, who I've written about. And through reading her work, I noticed that she was trying very hard to integrate evolution and development. These are two profound problems, neither of which are typically associated with Barbara McClintock. She's known as a cytogeneticist. But in fact, the last work of her career, her most profound intellectual work, was really trying to integrate those two great problems in biology. And the way she did it was through genetics. Genetics was the glue that held evolution and development, or embryology, together. She saw them both as ways that organisms change through time. And the time scale is different, the processes may be different, but basically genetics is how you understand both of those processes. Well, since then, that's become, in fact, an extremely hot area of research. It's known as evolutionary developmental biology, it's or EVO-DEVO. And it encompasses evolutionary biology, embryology, neurobiology, astrobiology. It begins to sound a lot like the career of Joshua Lederberg, in fact. So we can ask whether Josh was maybe the first EVO-DEVOist. So it also sounds a lot like Barbara McClintock, who was interested for nearly 50 years in how genes are regulated. She came to see evolution and development as mainly being the same type of process, differing primarily in terms of scale and scope, but both fundamentally processes resulting from patterns of gene expression changing through time. And that's what really EVO-DEVO is about. It's an interesting area because not only is it finally, a time when scientists are beginning to integrate these very profound, the three great problems of 20th century biology, namely development, evolution, and heredity. But it's also the only field I know of in which sometimes, when it works, scientists and philosophers are actually talking to each other and listening, even better. It doesn't always happen, but once in a while I have been at meetings in which they're actually talking, listening to each other, exchanging stories and data and arguing. And one EVO-DEVO journal known as called Development and Evolution explicitly welcomes submissions from mathematicians, philosophers, historians, and so forth. So there is a potential here for real interaction among people studying the same sorts of problems from very, very different angles. So that's exciting to me. A lot of this field is just trendy stuff. A lot of it's nonsense. There's, on the biological side, a lot of it is just developmental genetics that people have been doing for years, and now they're calling it EVO-DEVO because they get more grant money. But and on the philosopher's side, a lot of it is just narrow bickering and turf wars. Okay, so you don't, I'm not saying jump into this uncritically, but there's a potential there for an explicitly synthetic and yet rigorous science that involves empirical evidence and historical and philosophical perspectives. Okay. There is no history in it yet. As far as I can tell, the only humanities types who are doing this are philosophers. No historians have really cottoned on to the fact that this is interesting, and I hope they will. And I'd like to propose, as a speculative idea, the possibility of an evolutionary developmental genetic medicine. Human and especially medical aspects of this field have not begun to be investigated from the perspective of evolutionary and developmental biology. There's been a little bit of sort of mystical sounding kind of evo-devo psychology, which I'm not counting here. But the implications of applying this kind of approach to medical genetics could be enormous. We need to better understand so-called disease genes. There's too much of a tendency to look for the gene for some disease and then think that we've solved that problem. Now, there are pieces of it that have been around. So-called Darwinian medicine. 1 minute. Okay, we're getting there close. So-called Darwinian medicine has been around. People have been looking at that for a while. Developmental human genetics is being done, but no one is really trying to integrate these. So in my last 45 seconds, let me just toss out a couple of ideas of what an evo-devo genetic medicine might look like. Genetics would not be seen as the proximate cause of disease. It rarely is, I think, but rather as an ultimate source of variation and therefore an explanation for disease. It would involve understanding the evolutionary origins of various genetic constitutions and the environmental conditions in which they have adapted and have evolved. Understanding how environments are responsible for genetic disease. And it would involve an appreciation of how development changes the body's environment, how certain genetic constitutions may be favored at an early age and then produce disease at a later stage. It would look at emphasis on errors of timing in producing disease. So these kinds of investigations would be simultaneously biological, medical, historical, and philosophical. They would require grasping both the logic and the history of disease. And I think that would be a fascinating prospect. Thank you.
I'm very happy to be here. This is kind of like a fascinating seminar, and I've learned a lot today so far. I'm especially happy to be on this panel and have an opportunity to respond to Dr. Lederberg's very intriguing set of documents and his proposal that 1958 was a critical year. His 1958 prospectus for a Department of Genetics in a medical school mentions the pedigree as a research tool, genetic counseling, the methods of twins research, and the importance of biochemical genetics. He wrote at a moment when medical genetics was poised at the brink of the explosive changes of the 1960s. In 1958, British physicians were testing the efficacy of a low phenylalanine diet in the treatment of phenylketonuria. This was PKU detected by tests on urine when the infant was 6 months old. In the United States, Robert Guthrie was perfecting his blood test, which could detect excess phenylalanine in the blood of an infant as young as 3 or 4 days old. In 1958, cytogeneticists were looking at chromosomes to make connections between chromosomal material and phenotypic disease, and that search was successful in 1959 when Jerome Lejeune identified the connection between trisomy 21 and Down syndrome. In 1958, new twins registries, a strictly post-war phenomenon, were being developed in the United States and in Europe. These twins registries were population-wide registries of unselected twins, that is, all twins born in a given population were to be included. And the intent, of course, was both to use twins as a model for behavior genetics, but also to use twins to gain insight into complicated disease such as heart disease and cancer, which might be tracked to genes through these special types of bodies, these identical bodies. In 1958, fledgling departments of medical genetics at Ann Arbor and at Johns Hopkins University were promoting and carrying out field studies of special populations, of the Amish, of inbred Japanese groups, of Amerindians in Brazil and Venezuela. Between 1955 and 1975, in what I'm now calling the long 1960s for convenience, human genetics was technologically, institutionally, and intellectually transformed. The meaning of genetic disease as a medical category expanded, not only for geneticists, but for healthcare professionals and for the public at large. While physicians since the 1820s had a notion of something that could be called constitutional illness, such constitutional qualities had not appeared clinically specific. The specific technologically mediated genetic diseases of the 1960s had little in common with the constitutional weakness of the earlier era. For example, Lee-Fraumeni syndrome, which was described in 1968 by people at the National Cancer Institute, suggested that cancer was a genetic disease in the germline and not just in the wayward cell. Down syndrome could be literally seen and counted in the cell. Like Turner and many other chromosomal anomalies described and identified between about 1959 and 1965, it was astonishing testimony to the power of reductionism. You could look in the cell and see the body and see a complicated syndrome. PKU could not only be tested for in the blood or the urine, depending on the state one lived in, but even controlled by population screening and by a diet low in phenylalanine. Here was a genetic disease with tremendous cultural power, a disease that could be detected and prevented through public health programs, and that could become eventually a model for other biochemical genetic diseases, a model for how to control them and detect them. These new ways of understanding bodily vulnerability as genetic were expressed structurally in laboratory technologies, in legislation, in registries of special populations, state registries of chromosomes, which were created in the 1960s, registries of diseases, and I'm here including Victor McCusick's Mendelian Inheritance in Man, which began around 1963. It was expressed structurally in standardization, the standardization of training programs, the standardization of laboratories, and standardization of biological things, chromosomes, and so on. It was expressed in configurations of funding at the NIH and in other institutions, and it was expressed in academic resource allocations, the drive for increased teaching of genetics in medical schools and new programs in medical genetics. This transformation was greatly facilitated by the interest and enthusiasm of physicians, and the first love affair was with chromosomal disease. One thing is clear. Healthcare professionals got interested in genetic disease when they started to learn about Down syndrome, Turner syndrome, and sex chromosome anomalies. Tremendous excitement in the medical journals, a reaction in the genetics journals to sudden medical interest, somewhat suspect, but ultimately quite useful for the field. Later, physicians became extremely interested in the use of amniocentesis for prenatal diagnosis of chromosomal disorders, and in 1968 there was a pediatric meeting about this subject, interestingly intertwined with the contemporary politics of abortion in the United States. One of the things that interests me is the role of abortion politics in this 1960s period when genetic disease was transformed. The transformation was also grounded in the many human subjects who contributed blood, tissue, saliva, urine, and stool samples, and I'm calling that things, and who contributed family history and personal history to the genetics project. So I'm saying words and things. The historical actors critical to this story are by no means all scientists. Genetic disease attracted and enrolled people across a broad technical and social spectrum in this period. It was a community project requiring the labor of legislators, laboratory technicians, residents in institutions for the mentally retarded, twins, family support groups who became a critical resource for many genetic studies, physicians, grants administrators at the NIH, journalists, and many others. Like Kay Wilson, who shaped the NIH program, such actors are an important part of the history of the field. They may not be mentioned in scientific papers, and they may be something like the invisible technicians that Steve Chapin explores, but they are nonetheless a critical part of our historical understanding. We might ask how and why genetic disease attracted such support. Natural things come to be known because someone seeks to know them or to understand them. The desire might precede the knowledge. What were the desires driving the new conception of genetic disease, and where have these desires taken us? Those are my two big questions for the session today. Many commentators have viewed the Human Genome Project as a product of the technologies for the manipulation of DNA that were developed in the 1980s or late in the 1970s, and the practical possibility of a complete map of the human genome. So that's an attribution that locates it in technical practicality. But I would track the Human Genome Project to this critical period of the 1960s, when all human disease began to be reconfigured in genetic terms. Victor McCusick in 1968 proposed that a complete map of the human genome was both possible and necessary, and that it would be a critical asset for health care. In 2001, all disease is genetic disease. It's the kind of thing textbook writers proclaim without reservation. And at a meeting last June, the People's Genome Celebration, which was held in Washington, Francis Collins repeated this powerful truth, adding only one exception. He said all disease is genetic with the exception of some forms of trauma. This left open the possibility that other forms of trauma were genetic. Yet it is no more untrue to say that all disease is environmental. Both statements can function as productive guides to research, and neither is entirely correct. How and why did the genetic statement become so important to post-war biomedicine in the United States? And I think far more so in the United States than in many other places. In the European context, the language is somewhat different. I think Lederberg has implicitly raised this question himself with a slightly different frame, and I think it's a very good one.
Well, I must say it's a great privilege to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me, and it's a great thrill to make commentary on George Lederberg's life and some aspects of that we've touched on already, and I want to also mention and embellish some of the comments that have already been made by Susan and Nathaniel. But what I want to do really is construct a different Lederberg for the time being, and Lederberg as the evolutionist, and ask the question how Lederberg's evolutionism, especially as a non-Darwinian evolutionist in many ways, affects his understanding of medicine. And in particular, I want to talk about symbiosis. What we've been asked to talk about. I've been asked to talk about Josh in relation to my own work, and primarily that has to do with symbiosis and horizontal gene transfer as mechanisms of evolutionary innovation. That is to say, the inheritance of acquired bacteria or the inheritance of acquired genomes, wholes or parts. Today, I think everyone's familiar with the idea that mitochondria and chloroplasts once evolved as free-living bacteria about 2 billion years ago as alpha proteobacteria and cyanobacteria, as championed so well by my friend Lynn Margos. People may also recognize to some degree at least how much horizontal gene transfer goes on within bacteria themselves. And today's studies of microbial phylogeny have demonstrated, or at least indicate, an enormous amount of horizontal gene transfer. To such an extent that at least for the first 3 billion years of evolution, evolution looks more like, or the phylogenetic evolution looks more like a World Wide Web, or something that's reticulated more than it does a phylogenetic tree. The tree-like image begins to disappear once we understand horizontal gene transfer. I should mention, too, that historians of evolutionary biology to the present day completely ignore anything to do with non-Mendelian inheritance and symbiosis as sources of evolutionary innovation. So I want to correct that history, and I want to set Josh up, at least some of his work up, beginning in the 1950s about symbiosis, and touch on these themes about integration and increased specialization. Now, I should mention that this idea that symbiosis was a major source of evolutionary innovation, that every organism is a superorganism composed of separate, different species, is an old one, dating back to the late 19th century, with the study of lichens as dual organisms and so on. But it emerges close to the margins of contemporary biology, and really in constant tension and conflict with the major aims and concepts of the main disciplines of the life sciences. And just let me mention some of them very quickly before I set some of Josh's work up, where he's theorizing. First of all, the idea that bacteria symbionts could exist in healthy tissue conflicted with the germ theory of disease. The idea of bacteria themselves as natural historical entities with a great deal of diversity conflicted with the main aims of biomedical research, which had to do with treating bacteria as disease and killing them, not understanding them as natural historical objects. I think the symbiosis also conflicted with evolutionist emphasis on endless conflict and competition. It also confronted ever-increasing specialization, which characterizes the life sciences in the 20th century. To study symbiosis meant, again, to go back to some of Nathaniel's issues, that you had to be a virologist, a bacteriologist, a botanist, and a zoologist. So you're constantly crossing disciplinary lines. Finally, symbiosis conflicted with geneticists, especially Mendelian geneticists in the United States' insistence that the nuclear chromosomes were the sole basis of heredity and evolution. And to the present day, most of us are familiar with the idea that gene mutations and recombination are the sole source of evolutionary innovation, and that the species barrier is not to be crossed, or at least frequently. Now enter Joshua Lederberg in the 1950s. And I want to pose two questions. One is something Josh explores throughout his work, and that is the question of what is heredity. And the first generation of classical Mendelian geneticists defined heredity as a sexual transmission of genes from one generation to the next. And in 1950, Lederberg asserted that a rather simple unitary picture of extranuclear mechanisms could be developed if geneticists included the notion of infective heredity and agents responsible for infective pathology, such as intracellular viruses. Why he's saying that is that an entity in genetics, if shown to be infectious, was relegated before this time to the domain of pathology and not to be considered among the normal genomic constitution of an organism. So most people are thinking in Weissmanian terms, one germplasm, one organism. And Lederberg begins to think in terms of superorganismic terms, that there's multiple genomes making up individual organisms. He coins the word plasmid. It's a very interesting rhetorical device that I don't want to elaborate on here, but as a generic term for any extra chromosomal hereditary determinant. And that plasmid may be genetically simple or complex. And what he means by that is not only plasmids as we understand them today as circular bits of DNA in bacteria, but also organelles. And all of them perhaps have come in exogenously as symbionts, including genes through viral transfer. He coins the term transduction as a restricted transfer of genetic material to the cell. Functionally, he says, and perhaps phylogenetically, a special form of sexuality. Again, constantly thinking as an evolutionist, but broadening the whole domain of what counts as heredity. He goes further in the 1950s and begins to form a typology of different mechanisms of heredity, again, beyond Mendelism. A nucleic acid-based heredity that we're all familiar with based on DNA, an epigenetic mechanism of inheritance, or an epigenetic epinucleic. That's an inside joke. Epinucleic, which refers to the transmission of information choice among alternate states by a process which is associated with nucleic acid, but unlike nucleic acid, pertains to something else than nucleotide sequences. And that would include today methylation, supercoiling, adhering histones, or other proteins, problems of somatic self-heredity. And finally, he speculates about extranucleic. And the extranucleic refers to information by systems other than nucleic acid. And this is something, again, that we're all unfamiliar with, or many people are. That is to say, evidence for supramolecular structures themselves, not based on DNA, but conglomerates of proteins that also persist from one cell generation to the next, as shown, for example, in cortical inheritance in paramecium and centrioles, and Josh also includes recently, of course, prions as infectious agents. So that's what is heredity, already expanding the domain of what we see as a classical Mendelian transmission. Let me go beyond Darwinism. I think another question that Lederberg persistently asked in so much of his work is, what is an individual? What is an individual? How do we define it? And by that, and I'll elaborate later about the social context that I see in his work of how he defines an individual, not just biologically, but for the time being I want to talk about the biological part of individuality. So he writes in 1952, the cell or organism is not readily delimited in the presence of plasmids whose coordination may grade from the plasmid genes to frank parasites. So he's already seeing that the boundaries of the organism is not very well defined. That we have to include, of course, the bacteria that is a sheath on our skin, the bacteria that are in the mucous membranes, the bacteria that are in our gut. I mean, it's estimated today, for example, there are about 100 trillion cells in our bodies, of which about 90% are bacteria. And I think Josh has speculated recently there's at least 100 different species. Again, in 1952, he begins to break down disciplinary barriers, saying what we need to do is to merge genetics, symbiotology, and virology, which have a common meeting place within the cell. And again, he writes, the delineation of organic units, be they genes, plasmids, cells, organisms, genomes, or colonies, is a tool of investigation and communication and not an absolute ideal. So he develops this superorganismic concept, which he came back to. And this is 50 years ago. Okay? Now these ideas, I think of 50 years past, have really rung true in so many ways and represent to me so much of the history of evolutionary biology that we'll see in the 21st century in terms of microbial phylogenetics and studies of symbiosis. So he writes, thank you, he defines this word recently, the symbiome and the microbiome. The symbiome would be the extended organism, and the microbiome would be all those microorganisms, the microbial ecological community that clothe that organism, that part of that organismic whole. Again, I should say, in terms of evolutionary mechanisms, he in 52 and elsewhere argues that endosymbiosis is comparable to hybridization. That is, it's a major source of macroevolutionary innovation. So what I'd like to do later is pose some basic questions. What does this idea of a microbiome have to say about human identity? What does it have to say about our notions of individuality? And especially, what does it have to say about the limitations of the Human Genome Project, which is based on a Weizmannian conception of an organism? I think the issue of the role of our bacterial communities in warding off disease that Josh talks about raises serious issues about the hazards of antibiotics in medicine and agriculture. And I'd be interested to hear Josh comment on those things. I'm also interested in knowing when Josh became very concerned with emerging diseases and biowarfare. At what time does he become involved in these things, and what it has to do with his overall paradigm. And finally, I'd like to pose some questions later in discussion about the place of evolution in medical education. So perhaps I'll stop there.
I think the commentators have already posed a number of interesting questions. Perhaps you'd like to choose one or more of them and offer a comment to whatever provokes you the most.
Well, let me respond first to what was mentioned last. It's the quickest in my mind. I began undertaking a campaign on emerging infections under the provocation of what were the serious challenges facing the human species at a symposium that was held in Stockholm, I think in 1967, under the sponsorship of the Nobel Foundation. And it just led me to start ticking off, where are we missing the boat? Where are we in a conceptual failure? Everybody else was talking about nuclear warfare. I didn't feel like I had them right on that. And it occurred to me in part of the discussion that we were being totally blindsided about our continued relationship with parasitic diseases, with infectious disease, with our arrogance and complacency that these were things of the past. I began to see more and more statements that were out of balance, that we need, not merely did we need to pay attention to chronic disorders and constitutional disease, but we could forget about infectious disease. And it was just the certainty that the microbial world had an infinite number of tricks up its sleeve, and I knew its evolutionary capacity, that told me that had to be wrong. And I just kept keeping my eyes open and noticing all kinds of things. The Marburg and Lassa coming out of Africa, outbreaks of plague, middle 60s still, the U.S. was still conducting an offensive BW defense program in competition with an even larger program in the Soviet Union. So we kind of hell-bent to try to sow the seeds of our own destruction. It was even a distraction from these superorganismic contexts. I had to say for about 10 years I was so fired up with having to get after the pathology of our invading organisms. I wasn't paying enough attention to the symbiotic aspects of the relationship that we had to our host. And as I began to think more thoroughly through the implications of the pace of microbial evolution compared to that of human, and try to put the policy campaign vis-a-vis infectious disease in a broader biological context, that I remembered my earlier teachings, and I began reviving my thoughts and writings that it came to a culmination. We had some correspondence about the coinage of the term microbiome when that first came along. So I was a little bit of a detour for a while, just under the influence of the ferocity of what we had to deal with. Let me respond a little bit about how Bentley Glass could have joined the Eugenics Society as late as 1967, 68. I didn't know that, as a matter of fact. And I'm a little surprised. But it brought me back to another symposium in 1961. What was the title of it? About the biology and the human future, or something very close to that, in which I was in a bit of a debate with representatives of, and in one case the person himself, with Huxley and Muller, about that kind of last-ditch defense of some kind of eugenics. Now, they wanted to make it voluntary. They wanted to make it negative eugenics in the sense of at least trying to weed out remediable genetic disease. And I thought these people were in no way malicious, no way whatsoever. They were very humanistically inclined by every definition of the term. They were simply naive. They simply did not understand the ways in which campaigns that would socially legitimize attacks on one genome versus another, even for ostensibly positive purposes, would end up being subverted. So it isn't that eugenics could bring about a better world. If we didn't have a better world, we better do without eugenics until the social framework in which that could be practiced would be more reliable, and that was what I tried to respond. So I put up the counter slogan, euphenics. I said, for the time being, let's extract whatever knowledge we can from genetic study, but not with a view to trying to cleanse the gene pool, but rather with a view to understanding pathogenetic mechanisms and then applying measures. After all, what we're really interested in at any moment is the phenotype, not the genotype. It's the disease that's actually generated. The potentiality for disease might be inherited, but that becomes of much less consequence if we can in fact deal with it. Eugenics has been so maligned that I think we're still in the stage where human society is not remotely ready to contemplate it because of the potentialities for abuse, even from the most nobly minded efforts. But I put that in the realm of individual choice. I think the only way that we can protect ourselves against eugenic incursion is to keep the state out of the bedroom and keep the state out of reproductive decisions of any kind. And I take an even extreme view of it. I'm so concerned about state control that I will even decry legislation on the option of cloning. I shudder when I say that. I don't want anybody to be doing it. But to have the state decide what measures individuals can use in their own reproductive behavior opens the door for the kind of eugenics that we're very much concerned about. Now, maybe we don't need to go that far in trying to get that exclusion, but it's part of my paranoia about state involvement in reproductive behavior. That being said, I think individuals still have an obligation to know something about what kind of children they're going to have. If they bear children with severe disease, it's misery for the children as well as for themselves. They have some responsibility, but that's a decision that ought to be made on a totally individual basis and bearing on the welfare of those parents, that family, and those children, and leave society's interests out of it, because once you bring them in, there are going to be perversions of it for sure. And I think the actual content of what was going on in the eugenics society, I don't know it that well, was more of a debate than an advocacy of one program versus another, I think. But I may be wrong. Maybe they were still teaching about the Jukes and the Kallikaks and that kind of nonsense. Now, you may recall that in the chart I gave, there was one line there about scientific problems of eugenic efforts. I thought it was important for physicians, who would be the point of first consultation of people with respect to their potential genetic problems, that we have physicians who would at least understand what the problematics might be of what was available to them, what not. Mostly it's a matter of ignorance. The most important kinds of things that we're concerned about, the eugenic ideals, are just so far beyond our realizability as scientific matters that it's better we not waste any more time on them. But there are monogenic disorders for which there are very reasonable programs of voluntary, personal genetic testing. Ashkenazi Jews have to be concerned about Tay-Sachs disease, and are, and to the extent that they exercise reproductive choice after that, that really is a form of eugenics. Now, it's not a label we want to give to it because of the baggage that expression contains. So state-monitored, state-induced is really the pejorative that we ought to be the most concerned about in that particular arena. I've answered two of the questions that I remembered about. Remind me about any of the others. I responded to two of the questions.
I mentioned the rise of genetic training in medical education. And this past spring, I went to a meeting at Harvard Medical School at which the question came up whether the medical curriculum right now should be revised such that genetics would play an even larger role, so that something like anatomy would be de-emphasized in favor of far more attention in medical education to genomic science, to mapping the genome. I'm wondering, Dr. Lederberg, if you, I'll ask the limits question. How far should medical education in genetics go? Is there a point at which it becomes excessive or unnecessary, or it teaches a model of disease that will ultimately be problematic?
Well, I think it's very important that we get a better understanding and a better teaching of the nurture-nature interactions, the relative roles of genetics, of heredity and environment and so forth. Those are very, very subtle points, and I don't think one can go too far in that kind of teaching. For the rest of it, in a certain sense, we don't need genetics anymore. It so pervades every other discipline. You can't do internal medicine today without having an enormous content of genetic disease, but maybe some place that gathers it together and that includes the population genetic aspects, which are not talked about. The Hardy physicians really should know about the Hardy-Weinberg law. I don't know how many of them do, even in today's curriculum and so forth. But I don't know what's too much. I would say certainly the New England Journal is so saturated with it. If the medical curriculum today is any reflection of that, at least there's enough.
At this point, I think I'd like to invite the audience to participate. I'm sure the members of the panel have many questions, but if there's someone in the audience who would like to make a question or a comment.
George, could you include your revulsion against state involvement to the area of stem cells?
Area of what?
Your revulsion of state involvement in genetic reproduction. How does it? How does your view move to the involvement of the state in determination of recurrent violence and all?
Can you repeat the question? Well, it really has to do with the autonomy of individual values compared to those of the state. I think in the reproductive area, once we begin to use societal interests as a determinant of individual reproductive behavior, we really are on a slippery slope. Areas like induced population control, that we don't think certain kinds of people should have as many children as they do, which is a case in some societies. I think we're in very dangerous ground. So I just would look askance at, I really want to surround individual autonomy, that the interests of the parents and the children are paramount, even as against what we might regard as first-order social interests. After all, just think of what early application that would be. Should anybody be entitled to have a large family? Look what a burden that is on the school system and on the tax system and so forth. That's an unfair sharing of the commons in that regard. I assure you I'm saying that as irony, as paradox. Stay out of it. I'm sufficiently paranoid about the consequences of state involvement that I would set those boundaries very, very wide in terms of individual autonomy. Though I think parents ought to decide. I think there could be pathological decisions on the part of parents. I wouldn't intervene in their genetic behavior any more than I intervene in any other. I mean, you do require that parents school their children, you require they feed them, but you don't go into any of the details of upbringing. You don't go into the details of who's allowed to have a child for very, very good reason, even though there are some atrocities that are a consequence of that permissibility, but the alternatives are even more atrocious.
Gentleman in the center.
Yes, Americ Francard. I think the question is interesting in the sense also that autonomy and choice of the individual is a function of the tool this person is given to make a choice. So that if we take the history of the NIH and genetics, the state has certainly had profound impact on the way people make choices simply by providing tools and mechanisms that provide you with information to inform your choices. So in that sense, there's a dynamic dimension there, clearly.
Plainly, that's right. You know, this is an area that I set apart. I'm talking philosophy and ethics now, not science. In so many other areas, I'm very much more communitarian. I think people have an obligation to submit themselves to medical experimentation in a broad social sense, not that their rights of choice of informed consent should be abused, but that the beginning notion should be that if I'm going to partake of the advantages of other people undertaking risks in the course of experimentation, that I should be willing to be part of that network. But I put that as Danteology, not as law in that regard. But in the area of reproductive behavior, I think we just have to be very, very cautious about intrusions of any kind in that arena. But I don't know. I'm going far afield. We would have debates about that in our teaching, and there'd be very lively debates.
Other comments, questions? Yes.
Hi. If I could just pick up on some themes. David Healy. Just to link all this back to some issues that were raised during the course of the morning, which was the National Institutes of Health have been so successful because they've been institutes of health rather than institutes of engineering or military defense or things like that. Health seems to have been the thing that has helped pull in the funding. But with the kind of research that you actually talk about now, you're into reproductive technologies as opposed to just health. You're into human engineering as opposed to just health. In the UK, and I'm sure here as well, the rhetoric about stem cells just now at the moment is all about the use of these things for health purposes. In actual fact, all this work comes from reproductive technologies. Is there an issue here about the boundaries between human engineering and health that we need to consider?
Well, inevitably so. I mean, if you're going to dissect the human genome in order to find out your susceptibility to disease, you inevitably have the grounding, the scientific basis for other technologies. How they're exercised then becomes a matter of, for further legal and other ethical kinds of concerns. So I don't see how you could carve out human reproductive biology and say, well, we must not investigate that because it might lead to those further consequences. Everything you do bears on it in some way or another. Yes, well, the stem cells illustrate that so perfectly. I mean, there's work that, on the one hand, is so clearly devoted to providing salutogenic consequences. On the other hand, could be moved into other areas.
Just to push that back, though, there are issues then for the funding, which was the funding for the NIH outstrips the funding for other areas because it's focused on health. But what we're looking at then is moving more toward the kind of science which other science is, which hasn't been able to actually attract the same kind of funding levels because it's not related to health in the same way.
I don't know what to say. I can't think of a response.
Okay.
There is the question of the health of the gene pool, and one of the principal guiding ideas of eugenics was that the gene pool needed to be healthy, and I'm sure you've seen James Neal's autobiography, Physician to the Gene Pool. That is it the responsibility of medical authorities to ensure the health of the species, and that's what is involved in eugenics. It may even play a role in contemporary reproductive technologies, the health of the species or the gene pool.
Well, I think most quantitative analyses of this phenomenon strongly suggest that we could go along for another 100 years on our laissez-faire policies in that regard, and it would make no significant difference whatsoever to the gene pool.
I should think 2,000 years.
Well, there you go. So I think these are problems we can readily defer. We're in such turmoil at this point, we're not likely to make wise decisions about the gene pool in the current context.
Up in the back. Dr. Judson.
It's Horace Judson. Are we on here? All right. Yes, Nathaniel Comfort brought up something which, or a set of different kinds of considerations that we have to take
Can
into
you
account.
go closer to the microphone?
Yes, is this better? Nathaniel Comfort brought up some of the set of different kinds of conceptions that we may have to be able to combine and at the same time sort out in order to understand some of these things. I hear in the last few questions and the answers not necessarily confusion, but a need to distinguish a little more clearly between the ethical and other philosophical issues on the one hand and the medical issues on the other. And I would want to add, like a third hand, which would be the help to which that history of the sciences themselves and their development can offer to both to the biologists and to the philosophers and ethicists who are considering these things. How did we get into this situation in the first place is the crude version of the question that historians try to answer. And I would think that I'd be interested in your comments on the role that history can play in our sorting out of the problems and the possible responses to them.
The question was the role of history in our ability to cope with the policy issues that we're dealing with. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I could just quote Santayana, but...
Okay.
Well, just that. I think if we don't review our history, we'll continue. We probably will anyhow, but we're condemned to make the mistakes of the past. I think, historical reflection can give you new insights about what it is that you're doing at any given moment. When you're in a minute-to-minute kind of context, you don't have the kind of perspective about the way things are moving, what the broader implications of one's actions. I would say history plays an important part in doing science. If you really don't have a clear idea of what others have done in your particular scientific area, maybe you can dispense with it. But I think a lot of very creative ideas come from a remelding and refusion of important ideas in the past. So I'm very fond of history. Did I answer your question?
Please go ahead.
I say, did I answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Or you began the. It's a matter of these various kinds of strands of analysis and understanding, which can aid us in making the kinds of decisions that we're all seem to be thinking are coming along and are going to be necessary to confront.
Nathaniel?
If I could add just a little bit to that, maybe we can broaden our sense of what we mean by history as not just the string of events that historians look at, but history as one of the basic tools we have for understanding our world. I think of our two fundamental tools as being logic and history. And bench science, experimental science, is primarily concerned, as is, say, physics, with the logic of biology, those things that are eternally true. And what I was trying to get at in talking about evolutionary and developmental biology is that brings in the element of history to the biology. And one of the founders of human genetics, Barton Childs, talks about developing a logic of disease, which by which he means understanding the fundamental principles of disease. What is it that a disease is, and how do they come about, and how do they manifest, which I think is essential and just the right thing to do. But I think we also need to understand a history of disease, the evolutionary and developmental history of how diseases come to manifest themselves in people.
Well, I would want to add to that simply that you can summarize that by saying that what Darwin did that distinguishes biology from physics, Darwin put history into biology. The problem of the contingent.
In the middle there.
I'm rather surprised that no one mentioned the very hot area of genomics with direct application to therapy is pharmacogenomics, with the tremendous interest in establishing examples of a metabolic profile, enzyme metabolic profile for individual patients to tailor drug therapy to individuals. Seems to me it is a critical importance to, with immediate application to therapeutics. Certainly the drug industry is desperately interested in this area, an application of genomics directly to pharmaceutical therapy. And I was sort of surprised that no one commented on that.
I certainly had it in mind. If we'd had 20 minutes, I would have gone there. Absolutely. I think you're right on the money. Individualized medicine is, and the potential for personalized medicine and pharmacogenomics is certainly the direction that I'd like to see things going.
From a broader perspective, completely almost left out of this discussion is the very point you raised, which is the connection between private industry and genomics and genetics, and the role of private industry in mediating personal decisions people make, reproductive decisions. Dr. Lederberg is very concerned about the state, but I would suggest we need to also be thinking about industrial interests and how those shape reproductive practices and options and choices. So pharmacogenomics is part of this incredibly powerful economic engine driving genomics and genetic disease, and we shouldn't be ignoring it. But given that we were speaking of an earlier period, I think we didn't talk about it so much.
Well, it just seemed that a lot of the emphasis on the recent discussion was on the potential horrors from the Human Genome Project and the evils that could come of the knowledge we're getting, with no emphasis on the immediate health applications that this could also have. Seem rather one-sided in
those are not problematical. Those certainly are here with us for tomorrow. I noticed in the handout we also already talked about pharmacogenetics, idiosyncratic responses to different drugs, and so on. So that vision has been with us for 45, 50 years. Whether we really will get individualized medicine in the sense that's been dreamed about, whether it's affordable, whether it's worth going through the FDA process for a drug that you can only treat 10 patients with, we're going to have to reform other ways in which we think about drug development and approval if we're to get the full benefits of that kind of individuation. It'll be there for sure.
Dr. Lindberg?
Question to Dr. Lederberg. Can you foresee at all the possible effect of bioterrorism on biomedical research as we know it?
Please, I was trying to get away from that coming here today. Can I not answer your question, please?
Not answer it today.
Okay, up here.
I wish Dr. Lederberg would be interested in your comments. And one of my concerns about the technologically driven scientific powerhouse that we have developed in the laboratory seems to sometimes drive scientists towards the technology of doing the work of divorced from the social context or any responsibility for the social context of the science that they're doing. And I think with the exception of clinicians, that doesn't seem to happen. I think clinicians are the ones who, if there's a group out there that has the potential to take the lead on looking at the social context of it, it's somebody who has a clinical background. Would you comment, please, on what you see in terms of the basic science training that people are receiving and the technologically driven powerhouse that we were creating, but yet are not, as James Michener once gave a talk, and he talked about the lack of liberal arts education among scientists, and that was a theme that he picked because he thought that science was marching forth at one pace, whereas the social context of it and the understanding of society and the responsibility of scientists to society were becoming divergent.
Well, I agree about your concerns about the technocratic impulse. Not everything that's possible ought to be done. I think it's sometimes exaggerated, but it's often there. I don't see that much difference, though, between aggressive clinicians and aggressive scientists in that regard. People who did early experiments on heart transplants and continue to do things of that sort today are really have cut from the same cloth as the scientists that you're talking about. So I don't see it as a divide. And it's not all bad. You know, a lot of it can be very, very good. So I think you asked a broader question. I think we need more humane education as part of the training of everybody. I think our universities are becoming more and more trade schools with very early specialization, differentiation. I think the undergraduate curriculum is the time in which to be looking at the broader reaches of unanticipated consequences of social action, the study of history, and so on and so forth, and not jump right away into second, third-year graduate courses, which our brighter students tend to do in their junior years. Could devote another chapter. You could have a very interesting day here today on the human biology program at Stanford that I was privileged to be a part of, which would have brought in a lot of the other kinds of questions you have here. So the liberalization of undergraduate education, but called liberal science as a counterpoint to liberal arts, one that has enough of the necessary tools of mathematics, physics, the basic scientific, even logic, as a part of the foundations, and not turn our undergraduates into premature graduate students. That's the best answer I have to your question.
We've touched on a lot of questions. Let me just return to our panel and see if they have any burning final questions or comments.
I have one comment at least. Is this work? I'm not sure if this works. Josh, I find you in somewhat of a sort of paradoxical situation institutionally, and it's this, is that when I speak with microbial phylogenists, they speak about the industrial medical complex and the damage it's done in their eyes to biological research in this country, recognizing that we still live in a microbial planet, that microbes represent the greatest biomass on Earth, that microbes represent the greatest biochemical diversity on Earth, and microbes will probably here to, and no doubt you will agree, they've created us and they will destroy us, no doubt. But yet you've managed somehow, even advocating those very things, that is, understand the natural history of microorganisms, not just as disease entities, but as normal organisms, as part of normal biology, and to include them in as biological objects, not just as technologies or as things or as germs to kill. But you still maintain a view of biomedical research that that emphasizes, at least, a focus on humans. How do you
focus on
humans?
Yes.
I mean, have you picked up flack from? I mean, is there a tension there between your role as an advocate for biomedical research and with respect to basic microbial biology?
No. I mean, I just don't see any conflict at all. I'm not even sure I understand your question, why there should be a conflict.
Why there shouldn't be a conflict? Because the people who work on genomics of microorganisms get a very, very small part of a budget of the Human Genome Project, very small budget. And so what their arguments are, they're not mine, they're their argument. So you're arguing against a great research program of microbial phylogenetics.
Well, when the Human Genome Project was budgeted at about 100 times the scale of what it's come out to be, I was not a great fan of it. I thought it saved the day when, first of all, a number of people found out how to do it within economic bounds, and second, the first thing they did was to do the genomes of several dozen microbes just on the way. That, in my view, more than pays for the entire program. So I think it's been win-win all around, and I don't think it'll be very long before we have the genomes of every bug that you would really be interested to analyze. In fact, we're going to be so data saturated, we're going to wonder whether it's worth doing another genome sequence because we haven't begun to, I don't really believe that, but haven't begun to analyze what we already had in hand. I think that end of it's going famously.
Well, Dr. Lederberg, I did have a question that was sort of related to what Jan has been talking about, which is the image of the human organism as a combination of many different organisms.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually wrote down something he said. Let me find it. I wish you would elucidate that image of the body as a compilation of hundreds of different organisms. If you believe that about the body, what kind of a research agenda does it suggest? Where does it take you? What does it help you see?
Okay, well, I have just written just a little bit about this, but just look at your body space. Say, okay, this is Josh. It's sort of what's inside of my clothing, although my clothing is an extension of my body to some degree. The tailor makes the man, etc. So at a cultural level, even that's fuzzy. But what genomes regulate my further developmental potential, my capacity in particular to respond to disease, to metabolize various kinds of substances. Those would be two very important elements of that. And I then take a closer look and I realize that it's not just the 23 pairs of chromosomes that are part of my own genome that sharing my body space are trillions of other cells all over my outside, all over my internal canals, every possible surface you could imagine, biofilms on my teeth and my tongue, my nasal mucosa. I don't want to spoil your dinner with too much anatomy in that regard. And they are, in fact, part of me too in ways we've hardly investigated. But we have some very strong hints. The hints are that many of these bugs are in dynamic competition with one another. So we look at them more closely and we discover that just as occurs in the soil, guess what? Antibiotics are being produced by bugs that are part of our own microbiome. Helicobacter makes peptides that are anti-cholera. It makes perfect evolutionary sense. A chronic inhabitant, it's got a nice cozy existence, and my gastric mucosa would just as soon not have its turf taken away from it by the incursions of a lethal disease, by another interloper. Now, whether that actually operates as natural history, we're still a long way from knowing, but there's hints coming all over the place. Most seriously, we discover this when we use sterilizing antibiotics, and very frequently have consequent infectious disease that was held in check otherwise, of which clindamycin and colitis, Clostridium difficile, just the most outstanding example in that regard. There's no research so far, so we talked about today about probiotics. Back to Metchnikoff, what could be the beneficial role of certain bugs with which we've come into a reasonable equilibrium compared to others. It also take a second look at the following. 30 or 40% of the people in this room are carrying in your nasal mucosa streptococci and staphylococci that, as far as has been determined, are capable of causing lethal disease in other settings. We see that from time to time in nosocomial infections. Most of these are probably borne by caregiving personnel. Everybody studies acute pathogenesis of infection, and we have animal models that exaggerate that. The ideal animal model is a zoonosis, a mouse studying a human disease in a totally abnormal situation, an intraperitoneal inoculation of 100 organisms. If the mouse goes belly up the next day, that makes a great animal model. It's very useful for certain purposes. It teaches us nothing about the pathogenesis of that organism in the human context. We know nothing about what it is that allows, in fact insists that most of us are carriers of potentially dangerous infectious organisms and happily enjoy that symbiotic state. So that's the research agenda that I'm trying to advocate by looking at our body space as being much more complex than the sterilized single genome that we attribute to our 23 pairs of chromosomes. It's still reasonably speculative, but just one example after another keeps coming up to substantiate the view that there's a lot hidden beneath the surface.
On that note, I think I'd like to thank Dr. Lederberg and all the members of our distinguished panel for a most interesting session, and also thank the audience for their lively participation. We're now going to have a reception which will be over in Building 38. I invite you all to join us for a little food and drink and continuing the conversation. Thank you.